Yes, Lob, you're first. Okay. Ugh. Hey, everyone. Hope you're having a good night. I nearly poisoned myself today. I think the bottom line is, if you ever build model kits or paint miniatures, whatever you do, if you work with hobbies that you use paint on a lot or like paint markers, and you use isopropyl alcohol to wipe off any like misplaced paints in the case you're not using like lighter fluid, don't put it on the same table you put your drink. Oh boy, it's a good thing that shit smells, cause oh boy, In other words, the Kotobukiya Mega Man X Zero model kit is really fucking good. Either way, let's get to the topic du jour, as the French would say, I believe. Last time we streamed on Saturday, we finished off Ace Attorney 3, Trials and Tribulations. And holy shit, that game was fucking phenomenal. But now, it's time for Edgy Boy to get his starring role or whatever the fuck. As I said in the going live posts, I knew bits and pieces about the other games, like what certain character designs looked like and such, going in. I know next to nothing about Miles Edgeworth aside from knowing its box art the most, because I used to see this in a BJ's all the time back when. I know it's closer to like a LucasArts-esque adventure game, and obviously, I fucking wonder why. I have a feeling it stars Edgeworth. All right. Also, for the first time in an Ace Attorney game, I'm actually using a fucking controller. Because all the previous ones, I used mouse, keyboard to type things in. Turnabout visitor, huh? Whoa, actually, I need to resize a thing or two, because this is not right. Because there actually are edges. Whoop, that's not supposed to be seen. Bottom line, this emulator is wacky. That'll do. No, guilty work doesn't matter to me, no matter what the cost. Did I recognize that? Oh, yeah, that's Edgeworth's office. Oh, wait. Let's fix that as well. Streaming's hard sometimes. Because things just decide to not work. March 14th, 2:05 a.m. Prosecutor's Building, 12th floor, hallway. Aw, memories. Oh, look at him walking. Ugh, it's hard to believe that I've been away from my office for a whole month. I hope Detective Gumshoe has been keeping an eye on my office and keeping it clean. The door's unlocked. Is that unusual? You had Gumshoe going in there? Detective Gumshoe? What's the smell? It's very familiar. Blood? What the? What is the meaning of this? Freeze. Identify yourself. Shut up! You've got some nerve committing murder in a prosecutor's office. Is that a threat? Let me make one thing very clear. What? No one gets away with committing murder in my office. No one. You're not fucking Schwarzenegger, Edgeworth. My name is Miles Edgeworth, and I work as a prosecutor in my local district. Little did I know that upon my return home after a month abroad, I would be thrust into a multitude of cases and some very frantic and busy days. Oh, look. Oh, I fucking love this sprite work already. Holy shit. I've finished photographing the victim's body, sir. Very well. Please continue your investigation. Yes, sir. Ah! Mr. Edgeworth, sir! You okay, sir? I just fucking realized. Real cool detail. This is probably only this way because that case was made for a DS game versus the original GBA port. But he still has the flowers from Old Bag, the Silver Samurai statue, and the Prosecutor Award from Case 5 in the first game. That's really fucking cool. Keep it down, detective. This is a crime scene. When I heard that a murder had taken place in your office, I ran up straight here right away. This is Dick Gumshoe. He's a detective with the local precinct, and the one they assigned to handle this murder case for the time being. You're looking a little pale, sir. Are you hurt? No, I'm perfectly fine. However... Ah! Look what they did to your office! It's totally trashed! I'll say. The culprit sullied my floor with dirt rather well. You're not concerned at all? For the fucking dead body? No one gets away with tracking mud in my office. Whoa, sounds like you were like getting burned up over the whole thing. This crime was committed in my office, so it is my responsibility to solve it. Haha, that's just like you, Mr. Edgeworth. Okay, time to do some investigating. Agreed. My first course of action is to gather relevant facts and leads. We must not overlook anything, no matter how small, if we are to find the truth. So I'll keep any leads or information we find etched in the forefront of my mind. Speaking of things that pique my curiosity, why of all places did the murder occur in my office? Crime scene, is it really coincidence the murder took place in my office? The fuck? Logic! I get the nagging feeling this is something important to keep in mind. Yeah, I was wondering that myself, sir. I mean, you can't really say it's just a coincidence, can you? No, not really. Especially because of this. The key to your office? What do you mean, sir? If you think about it carefully and use logic, it should become clear to you. Logic? Oh, Gumshoe, no, you brainlet. By finding the connection between two pieces of information and connecting them, new information is born. That is the end result of using logic. So, how do you use it? Gumshoe has two brain cells. One is constantly thinking about Maggie, the other about his salary. Nothing else. First, I recall information to the logic button and then connect them together. Now to touch the logic button and recall the facts. Okay, this is actually a tutorial that's necessary. Whoa! Okay. For security reasons, all prosecutors' doors are outfitted with locks. Which means it would have been hard for the murderer and the victim to get in here. Ergo, it's impossible to dismiss the location of this crime as mere coincidence. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, sir! There must be a reason why someone infiltrated my room. What was the killer after? You're really on the ball today, Mr. Edgeworth. That's some beautiful logic, sir. Yes, well, when you follow leads to the conclusion, only the truth remains. However, if the information doesn't line up properly, I may stray far from the truth as well. But if I think carefully before piecing leads together, the logic should flow. Well, let's get started with our investigation, shall we? Yes, sir. The basics of any good investigation is to examine everything, sir. I know that, and when I want to examine something, I simply touch the examine button. Oh, if you ever feel lost and want to talk, just touch the partner button, okay? I'll give you great, precise advice as an ace investigator, sir. Something to try later if I have free time, I suppose. Oh, I can fucking move. It's weird. What could we have here? Could this perhaps be the murder weapon? If so, it would mean that the killer made their escape after disposing of their gun here. I think I've seen one of these before. Care to enlighten me as to where? Oh, I know! That was issued the exact same model! I think. Detective. I don't really like guns all that much. I mean, they're really dangerous. Now that I think about it, you do see this model around the precinct a lot, sir. I don't use mine much except in emergency, so that's why I didn't recognize it. So it's the same type of revolver as the ones used in this precinct's detectives? No, given the intro cutscene of that guy being a prosecutor, that's not exactly far-fetched. They finished photographing the body, so it should be alright to examine this area. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Okay, so we're back to the examine stuff from the proper games. Your files are all over the floor, sir. Yeah, they probably fell during the struggle between the victim and his killer. I tried so hard to keep this place spotless while you were away. I mean, this is just rendered all the time and effort I put in pointless. I don't recall ever asking you to clean my room. Well, I want flowers every day, just like you requested, sir. Nah, just added cleaning to the list as a weekend special. For about half a day every Saturday, I'd come in and clean this place until it sparkled. Does he have a life? I don't believe it. I packed those files on the shelf so tight. Not even an earthquake can make them fall off, but just look at them. At this rate, the rest of the files won't be able to withstand an earthquake at all. A problem to be sure? Well, once the investigation's over, we'll put them back up on the shelf. What do we have here? Hey, I think I've seen one of these before. Power's out, LTE not working. Oh, Kaito, I know the feeling. There was one particular time. This was particularly a Massachusetts thing. I think it hit New England in general. Huge ice storm of 2008. Knocked out power for a lot of Massachusetts for about a week. That sucked. It's also one of the last times I remember buying Transformers as a kid before I got them because I thought they were cool and could pose well. I think it was the Transformers animated Sentinel Prime in particular. It's a police badge, detective. Oh, hey, I have the exact same thing, actually. What a coinkydink. Oh, gumshoe. Let's take a look inside. Mr. Buddy Faith. It would appear that our victim was a detective just like you. Seem to have gathered a few pieces of pertinent information. Now to calmly use some logic to figure out if any of them are connected to each other. Let's see here. There's blood all over his lower abdominal area. Looks like the bullet passed clear through his stomach area, sir. In other words, he was shot. Yep, and until the autopsy's done, I don't think we'll know much more than that. Please have the body sent to the morgue once they're done processing the crime scene. Using the hotspot now, but it's so slow you have to turn the stream on to audio only. Well, thanks for tuning in all the same. Because, oh boy. Internet problems fucking suck. I remember another case. When we got the router before our current one, I legitimately couldn't access the Wi-Fi well at all. Like, almost less than a bar. in my room compared to everywhere else in the house. So we had to actively buy an extender, but now it's just sitting there because our router's better. Are you gonna be okay with keep track of the evidence we find, sir? Of course. This is the safest way I know to keep track of it all. Alright, if you say so. I keep all the evidence I find either in or with my organizer. When I want to re-examine a piece, I have but to touch the organizer button. But the organizer isn't only for evidence, I keep people's profiles on hand in it too. It's probably a good idea to make a habit of checking the facts often. I'm assuming this is... yeah, this is more or less just the straight up... evidence menu... court record from the main games. Alright, so... I'm gonna guess that's everything I can get in this little menu. Your files are over the floor, sir. Yeah, they probably fell during the struggle between the victim and his killer. I tried so hard to keep this place spotless, the exact same dialogue. Oh, but you get to see him sprite animate. Oh my god. Not gonna lie, this is some already pretty fucking impressive sprite work, too. Even audio only barely works. I don't think I've ever had to actively use Twitch audio only, but I imagine, depending on how they parse data, that could be problematic. So the detectives out of this precinct all use the same model revolver? I guess. I don't really like guns, but at least you know the different types out there. At least he knows something related to his job. So, if I remember in a case like this, I guess I have to connect some thoughts. Well, the obvious one, or at least in my eyes, if the revolver is one used by detectives, that's the wrong button. If the revolver is the same model used by detectives, it's falls in line that it would be probably his gun that's on the floor there. The revolver, the standard model used by detectives, could have belonged to our recently departed. Detective Gumshoe, could you please thoroughly check the victim's body one more time? Yes, sir. On it now, sir. Excuse me, pal. Let's see. What do we got here? Mr. Edgeworth, sir. This guy's wearing a gun holster. So it appears a killer managed to somehow take the victim's gun from him. Let's see what else we can find out about this revolver. As I always say, you've got to look really carefully at every piece of evidence. You can use the scroll wheels to rotate an object. There's no such thing as a bad angle. Use the slide bar or the X and Y arrows to zoom in and get out the nitty-gritty. I think it's so easy to take a life with just the pull of a trigger. No, I can't ever see myself really liking guns. Oh, but I love the ones they use at track and field meets to start races. Take one off before it's fired, everyone always ends up following your lead. To chase you down for a false start, detective. Not to mention, even when I finished first, I always wound up in last place. Alright, so it's the return of this mechanic from Case 5 of the original game, or at least the DS version of the original game. And it looks like only one round was fired from this. Miles, so the killer killed the victim with just one shot after wrestling the gun from him? Sounds like the guy knew how to handle a gun, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? We have no proof for now, but that is a distinct possibility. I guess this is about all we're going to find out. We should send the body to autopsy. Jim! Why? Why could this have happened to a guy like you? You? Alright. Don't touch me. Leave me alone. Just let me be. Sorry, but I can't do that. The investigation is still ongoing, so please refrain from touching the body. The body? The body? Don't just talk about him like he's some lump of flesh. Look at him. Jim looks like he's just turned in for the night. Sure, just in a bloodstained suit, pal. Where are my manners? Aren't you that prosecutor? Why, yes I am. I'm Jacques Portsman, prosecutor. Jim here is my partner in crime busting. I'm Miles Edgeworth, and like you, I'm also a prosecutor. Detective Gumshoe, sir. So you're Miles Edgeworth. I guess this is your office. Yes, that is correct. Then it was you! You're the one who killed Jim! Hey, don't go jumping around to conclusions, pal. Just calm down, okay? I will not. I know how things work around here. My prosecutor's office doors all have locks built into them. And only the owner of the office has the key to his or her office door. That is correct. However, I was not the one who killed your partner. Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth has been overseas on business trip this whole time, pal. And the key to the door was with me the entire time, okay? So the only one who could get in here was me. Wait, that means... I'm not sure what that means. Oh, Gumshoe. So it was you then! You're Jim's killer! No way, pal, you got it all wrong. Everyone calm down. Mr. Portsman, correct? If you are a real prosecutor, you should know to stay collected. The investigation has only just begun. Isn't it too early to be drawing conclusions? Alright, I get the point. You're right, my mistake. I tend to get a little too hot-headed sometimes. Sure, I'm one cool customer though, Mr. Edgeworth. I've heard all the rumors about you. You're the great genius prosecutor. You're something of a legend, you know? Anyway, let's call a truce and work together, okay? Now, how about a handshake to seal the deal? A pleasure to work with you. You guys were conducting your investigation, right? Sorry for barging in like that. Carry on, then. It's your room, after all. Thank you. I intend to. I just want a little more time to say goodbye to Jim. You there! Sir! I want you to capture this scene on film for me. My final farewell to my partner, Jim. Oh, I hate him. I should probably give them some space. Do you have anything to report? Sir, yes, sir. Nothing out of the ordinary right now, sir. And yet there's something out of the ordinary right in front of my eyes. Talk about a contradiction. Something out of the ordinary, huh? I should look around a bit more. Why shoot the painting? Ah, your jacket, sir! What's it on the floor? It must have fallen off the wall when the killer tried to threaten me by firing a round. So the killer not only shot the victim, but they shot your jacket as well? They dared to shoot the ultra-special jacket that you made your prosecutorial debut in? Oh, God. Also, I guess, yeah, this would have been released after Trials and Tribulations, so they would have had that design down. What if they had shot through it? It would have been a disaster. It's not worth getting worked up over, Detective, not when there's something more here. Like what? I take it you haven't noticed it yet, Detective. There's a giant contradiction right here in front of us. Really? Did I say contradiction? He must be rubbing off on me. I'm starting to sound like him. But I have my own methods and I will conduct this investigation my way. When the scene before me contradicts a piece of evidence or seems off, that's when my detective skills come into play. First, I have to find the spot that holds the contradiction. This is it. This bullet hole's where the contradiction lies. When I spot something that's off, I should touch the deduce button with conviction. And when I have found sufficient proof to prove the contradiction, I present it. This is how I do things. Yeah, it would probably be the revolver, because we have a bullet hole in the victim, obviously, but we have another bullet here, but the revolver only fired one shot. This bolt hole is the contradiction. What do you mean, sir? It's elementary. 2 shots were fired in this room. The first failed the victim. And the second failed this frame. Hey, that's right! However, this gun was only fired once. Hey, that's true too. Which means that one of these 2 bullets was fired from a different gun. Did the killer have another gun prepared for tonight? By the way, I noticed something, sir. Yes? What's that thing sticking out from behind the frame? Ah, it's a secret safe. Secret safe? Ooh, I smell money. I'll spare us the trouble and just say it's nothing like what you're imagining is inside. Now, if you could kindly move this frame out of the way. Roger that. Talk about dusty. I suppose that's what happens when I'm not here to dust it once in a while. I know there was a safe there. Alright, I've kept it clean for you, sir. So, when did you put this thing in? It wasn't something I had installed personally. Every prosecutor's office has one. Really? I had no idea. Well, only prosecutors are supposed to have the knowledge of their existence. So, what's inside, Mr. Edgeworth? Right now? Nothing. We only use them to store especially important evidence when a trial is in session. That's it? Talk about squashing my hopes and dreams. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Okay, I can't tell if this is just my screen fucking up. Oh, no, there's definitely something. Because notice how the examine button goes up and down? There's different examine entries. Well, if detectives knew about them, they wouldn't be secret now, would they? Are there any other secret hidden things in this room? Even if there were, it would defeat the purpose of them being hidden if I told you. So don't bother looking for them. So there's no, hidden camera around, right? And what if there was? No, it's nothing. Forget I said anything. Do I even want to ask what he's been doing in my office while I've been away? Probably not, Edgeworth. Now this is odd. You found something, sir? This keypad, don't you find it to be a bit too clean? Yeah, there's a thick layer of dust all around it, but not on the keypad itself. You there, the forensic scientist. Yes, sir. Could you please dust this area for fingerprints? You got it, sir. I couldn't find, let alone lift a single print. Looks like it was wiped down well. As I thought, it appears that the logic is the only way to stay around this setback. Time to rationally and calmly connect the dots with the information we have. Alright. So if the fingerprints were wiped off the safe, that could be the good killer's goal, maybe. I believe I figured out what the murderer was after. Well, what was it, sir? The fact that the safe was wiped clean of fingerprints suggests that the criminal had at least attempted to open my safe. Making the culprit's motive for breaking and entering theft, I believe. I wonder if knowing that the motive behind this break-in was theft changes what the other pieces of information can tell me about this crime. Maybe with the theft, with the struggle signs? There's a possibility that the files split on the floor are not the result of a struggle between the victim and his killer. No, you mean like it could be from when the killer tried to find something, sir? Precisely. We need to figure out if any of the files have been stolen. Yes, sir. I'm gonna shelve files like you've never seen them before. I even had a library. Sure, let's give that a try. Why do all the good ones always die young? Surely you must ponder that every once in a while, Mr. Edgeworth. No matter how much we lament, the dead will not come back to life. All we can do is search for the truth. And? What are we supposed to do? How are we going about finding the truth? First, we calmly restore the files to the rightful place. You got it. Here, let me help.
So this file goes here, and that book goes there.
Sure know a lot about where things go, despite it being Mr. Edgeworth's office.
Because I'm the one who keeps it tidy, pal. Okay, done.
It would appear that the murder was definitely committed here.
The bloodstains in this book and the bookshelf are still fresh.
I suspect that the victim was killed in a standing position, hence the prints on the shelf.
And then the guy fell on the floor, right? The blood on the floor is kind of grossing me out.
Detective, I don't have the time to deal with your weak stomach right now.
But you know I'm no good with blood, sir.
I'm certain there's something wrong with this picture. Is there? Wait, if they were shot from a standing position, why is the bullet hole right here?
So this is where the bullet lodges after it went through the victim, huh?
For the bullet to be lodged so squarely in a file spine indicates the files were ransacked after the shooting had occurred.
Yeah, I guess the victim was moved because he was in the killer's way.
Yeah, this person definitely knows how to fuck around with a scene. Okay.
Put them all back just as they should be, sir. Doesn't look like anything's missing.
Although it does look like the killer moved the body to flip through my shelves. I wonder if they found what they were looking for.
Victim's handprints.
He must have tried to support himself with his hands after being shot.
There are prints on the floor, too.
Those must have been made when unable to stay standing, he dropped to the floor. To A, to B, to C, to D. E, F, G, H. That's all in the right order. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Huh. Is this spot somewhat connected to any of the evidence I hold? Oh, nope. Although... Okay, so they actively want me to look for stuff like this. Okay. There's clearly a contradiction here with the bullet hole.
What do you mean, sir?
You don't see? Quite simply, the bullet hole itself is too... Oh. So it is. If the victim was shot in the stomach, the hole should be much higher up.
But what if the guy was shot while he was sitting or lying down, sir?
That would be illogical. The victim leaned against the shelf here after being shot, which suggests he was standing when he was shot.
Then that means... Wait, what does that mean, sir?
It means you need to use your brain every once in a while instead of mine, detective. In any case, it means someone made a faulty assumption. And it was from this mistake that our current contradiction was born. Was the faulty assumption that caused the problem with the bullet hole's position? Order of the files, maybe? I believe the order of the files is a bit off.
You mean I put them back in the wrong order just now? Hey, I think the labels on the files are all wrong, sir.
Oh?
Yeah, you see here how the files that were shot begin with the letter number O?
Oh, number 0.
What are all those doing all the way down there after 1, 2, and 3? That's really weird.
Actually, the way they are organized now is the correct order. They're exactly as I see them in my mind's eye.
But the numbers are all out of order. Those white binders are special, so they're arranged a little differently. But from this, we know that the files were not in this order when the crime occurred. Aha, so that's it. I believe the killer made the same incorrect assumption as you just did, Detective. Let's rearrange the files in numerical order and see what we find out. Do you think it'd be okay to prop up the body and prop the body back up to how it was before it was moved? They finished processing the crime scene, so I don't see why it wouldn't be. If you please, Detective Gumshoe. As I suspected, the bullet hole is now where it should logically be. The killer went through my files first before shooting Mr. Faith. And then put the files back in numerical order, I guess. Exactly. Now then proceeded to shoot the victim. But why would someone kill a man, then look through your files one more time? Puzzling indeed. The files were thrown into disarray twice. Once before and after the crime. But why? Now the crime scene is as it was at the time of the murder. Time to give it another look. Hello, what's this? This? What is that? Why does it say Gumshoe there in blood? I'd say it's some incredibly incriminating evidence. Yes, indicative of a criminal activity indeed. No, wait, there's gotta be some mistake! Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me! Say something, sir! It appears that one of my files was stolen. Is that all, sir? What about me and my situation? Is this what the killer was really after? Whoa, investigation complete? Looks like Jim was able to leave us the name of his killer in the end. And this most important message managed to reach us. I'm telling you it wasn't me! You can't be terribly pleased to hear that your beloved partner is the guilty party. If you're going to accuse Detective Gumshoe of being the culprit, I sincerely hope you have some proof to back it up. Jim's words, they're more than enough, wouldn't you say? If that's how you want to play it, then at least allow me to understand your reasoning. You got it! I don't like this one bit. There's something strange about this man's attitude. And there must be some sort of flaw to his logic waiting for me to dig out. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you gonna do? What I always do in court. I'm going to cross-examine him. You don't do the cross-examining. That's the other person's job. One way or another, I'll expose the flaw in his logic with his technique. Although I guess he does cross-examine the cross-examination. Sort of. Oh, how are you gonna do that? Can you explain it to me, sir? Might as well. Alright, first I'll listen to the witness's testimony. If I find a flaw in the testimony, something that contradicts the evidence, I open the organizer and present the piece of contradictory evidence. So it's literally a cross-examination from the main games. To present something, I simply touch the present button, but that's old news. But it's not like there's gonna be a flaw in their testimony every time, right? Correct, and at those times I need to press the witness by touching the press button. Sometimes by pressing I can draw out new information and new or modified testimony. Nothing, I get it, sir. I'll be sure to try this technique when during investigations too. Very well. I'll even show you how it's done. Now watch carefully. Detective Gumshoe, you stole Jim's gun and shot him dead. Further, you messed up the files to make it look like you committed theft instead. That's when you moved Jim's body that was shitting in front of the bookshelf. That's a radically different statement. Sitting in front of the bookshelf. But thanks to that, you didn't notice the bloody letters his body was hiding. And it'll be by his final words that you will be brought to justice. You intend to argue that the victim's dying message points to his killer. I can hear Jim's voice and he's calling for his killer's arrest. Are you sure you're not mishearing his words, Mr. Portsman? There's no way Detective Gumshoe is the culprit here. I'll find the flaw in this man's logic. And expose it with credible evidence. Okay, I think I see the problem here. Assuming that Gumshoe is the culprit, which obviously he's not, why would he have taken the book? He would have taken all the books with his name on them, obviously. So why only take the one? If at all, even then, taking one implies he did notice it. Perhaps you're not aware, Mr. Portsman, but there's a serious flaw in your logic. Heh, bringing a bit of the courtroom into this, I see. No problem, I'm game. I can't help but find it odd. Excuse me? Odd that a fellow prosecutor would be brought down by the power of his own office. What are you talking about? Ah, you're joking. I get it. If you have the time to laugh, then you have the time to take another closer look at this. Do you still not see? If not, may I direct your attention to the missing file? What? That's impossible! What's impossible, Mr. Portsman? Nothing. The files in that shelf are all about a certain case. When a killer went to take the file after murdering your partner, I highly doubt they would have missed the bloody letters written on the spines. It's possible that they could have taken the file before committing the murder. I think it's pretty obvious that the file was stolen after it was written on. The missing letter and the detective's names where the file should be is proof. Yeah, I mean, the S is gone and there's only half an H. Detective Gumshoe really was the culprit of this case. I highly doubt that even he could overlook his own name written in blood on the files. Especially as a detective who can't stand the sight of blood. Gah! Which means, what does that make this dying message? It makes it the work of a criminal intent on tampering with a crime scene. That's so low! I can't believe the criminal tried to pin this whole thing on me, sir! Wind is 33 miles an hour today, Jesus! No wonder your internet's down, the tower's probably falling over. Well, Mr. Portsman? Ha 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 ha! Brilliant! Absolutely splendid! Logic deserving of a little bit gold. I appreciate the praise, but it doesn't change the fact that your reasoning is flawed. Meh, you win some, you lose some. That's how life goes. Glad everyone's so cheery, even though I feel more dead than alive. Ah, but you know, it really is a shame. I really didn't want to have to bring this up, however. What is it this time? You still after me, pal? Humor me for a second. Who has the key to this office? That would be me. But Mr. Edgeworth just proved that I'm innocent, pal. What the fuck? That's absolutely right, and I acknowledge your innocence. Then why do I sense that you still have something to say? What? Well, I was thinking. Do you know there's one other person with a key to this room? One other person? Hey, you there! Yes, sir. What is it, sir? Would you kindly fetch and escort that lovely young lady here for me? A lady? The girl's a member of this building security. Think of her as a material witness. Security? Did you say security? Nope. Stop it, pal. Don't! What's wrong with him all of a sudden? It's gonna be Maggie. I believe she needs no introduction. I've called upon Miss Maggie Bird, a member of security. Oh my god, this is her best design yet. I love that sweatshirt. Detective Gumshoe, sir. Maggie! Miss Bird is the security guard on watch tonight. I see. And your point is? My point is that she could very well have used it. And by it, I mean the master key, which can open all the office doors in this building. What? If you're not the guilty party, Detective Gumshoe, then the only other person with access to this room is Miss Bird. How dare you? I would never sneak into someone's room. That's right. I refuse to believe that Maggie's the culprit, pal. It was me. That's right. I did it. Can we take that as a confession, Detective? Well, it wasn't really me, but it definitely wasn't Maggie, pal. So yeah, it was me. If it was, you'd have no problems with that, right? Please refrain from flying off the handle, Detective. There's no need for such theatrics. Listen to your boss, Detective. He understands what I'm saying here. That girl's the only one who could have committed the crime, and for one simple reason. It's pretty obvious that Miss Bird snuck into your room using the master key. I mean, if Detective Gumshoe wasn't the one who opened the door, then that leaves only Miss Bird as our prime suspect. And on top of which, she knows our good detective, doesn't she? Making it all the more probable she was the one who faked the dying message. So you're saying she used the master key? Incredibly incriminating evidence, wouldn't you say? And that's what you claimed about the evidence earlier as well. That was then, this is now. The flow of a good match always changes during a rally. It's all about your reflexes and reaction time, especially for an athlete like me. I wonder if there's anyone else other than Miss Bird who could have used the master key. It seems the only way to get Mr. Portsmouth to give him more details is to press him. Alright. Classic Ace Attorney rules here. Press everything, I see. Oh, son of a bitch. Pressing the Y button. I guess I'll have to use the touchscreen for this at least. Are you sure Miss Bird is the only member of security who could have used the master key? There's only one other person on the staff at the time of night. And that tonight, she's it. Isn't that right, Miss Bird? That's, true, but I wasn't able to use the master key at the time of the crime, sir. Wasn't able to? What's that supposed to mean? Yeah, moving on. I hate to get sidetracked with something unrelated. What do you mean unrelated? I want to hear what she has to say, pal. But you can't really trust her not to tell lies, plus I hate wasting time. Should I hear Miss Bird out? Yeah, probably. Not so fast. I too am interested in hearing what Miss Bird has to say. Didn't I just save you a waste of time? We don't need to hear her lies. I'll be the judge of that, Miss Bird, if you please. I discovered that the master key was missing around 1 a.m., sir. What do you mean by missing? As in, it wasn't anywhere in the security booth, sir. The killer must have stolen it. Mr. Portsman, I believe this to be an important piece of testimony, don't you? I can't believe that someone like you would be taken in by such words. I'm not lying, sir. If that's the case, then I'd like to know why you have the master key now. I don't quite know. It just reappeared all of a sudden, sir. Ha! A likely story. And where's your proof that the key was stolen to begin with? I bet you just forgot where you put it and then found it again. I can never lose things. I can practically guarantee that. I mean, you've definitely lost a boyfriend. That's fucked up. Holy shit. Actually, no, this takes place after Trials and Tribulations, doesn't it? So, she's been through some shit already, I think. With me, if something disappears, it's usually because someone stole it. Yeah, pal, trust me, you don't want to test just how bad her luck is. Unfortunately, I can't deem this piece of testimony as conclusive. Glad you agree, Mr. Edgeworth. But! You still haven't established Maggie's motive for breaking into Mr. Edgeworth's office. And motive? Didn't we already establish it was theft? I mean, the culprit clearly went through the bookshelves and at least tried the safe. It is as Mr. Portsman says, Detective. I can't ignore the fact that all the evidence points towards a motive of theft. But I'm done taking blows. It's time to counterattack with a few facts of my own. Her intent from the messed up shelves to the white down safe, I'd say thievery. Problem with that. Please stop flexing your coat at me. Only prosecutors know about the saves. Do you wish to continue insisting that Miss Bird was set on stealing something? Why not? It's the truth, after all. It was also by your logic that we came to the whole thievery conclusion anyway. That may be, but you also must be aware of the fact that the safe is a secret safe, the existence of which is only privy to prosecutors. Ah! I find it a little hard to believe that a hidden safe was part of a cunning plan. But she could have found it by accident while she was turning everything else upside down. I highly doubt that. I'd say the culprits knew exactly what they were looking for. After all, only the bookshelf and the safe were targeted. Yeah, even I didn't know about that safe, pal. And that means there's no way Maggie could have known about it either. Then are you proposing that the killer is a prosecutor? Interesting conclusion. That's definitely looking more and more probable.
Gee, I wonder who did it.
What's wrong, prosecutor? You have a different suspect in mind now. Just why? What made you? What's with the angry face all of a sudden? It's all my fault. What do you mean? It's Jim. He knew about the existence of the secret safes. What did you just say? We were partners, like inseparable conjoined twins. That's why I told him. I folded him in on the secret safes. That means... Yeah, I know, I had only just told him too. Obviously it was the wrong of me to tell him. I still can't quite believe it, but the thief who broke into your room was probably Jim. Now he's claiming that the victim was the thief. And you were simply trying to stop him, weren't you, Miss Maggie Bird? Excuse me? I mean, you are a security guard, right? That's your job? But killing him's going a bit too far, even in your risky profession. Yeah, I wonder if it's the guy sweating 80 buckets a minute. What the? You're still accusing Maggie of murder? Yes and no. I mean, she had stumbled upon Jim, who had probably drawn his gun. I get it was self-defense, wasn't it? No, I couldn't. I could never do something like that. Not even as a security guard, sir. Plus, even if he was the thief, he wouldn't have a key to his own office. Which is precisely why he had to steal it, wouldn't you say? It was Jim who stole the master key. Pretty impossible for a supposedly stolen key to be here with us unless you were cheated from Jim after you killed him. Mr. Portsman, are you honestly accusing your own partner of being a thief? I don't want to admit it, but it's the only way for everything else to make sense. Does he know honor? Now then, I think we're done here. The investigation waits for no man. Would you people be so kind as to see yourselves out? You can't kick us out. This is Mr. Edgeworth's office. But I'm the one who's been assigned to this case. You're all suspects to varying degrees and therefore ineligible to run this show. Listen, pal, how many times do I have to say this? Maggie can't be the culprit. Detective Gumshoe, calm yourself. But, sir, we have no choice but to accommodate his request. For now. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. At least one of you understands. Now then, if you can remove yourselves from my crime scene, I'd be most grateful. Mark my words, Mr. Portsman. We will meet again. If that's a formal request from the legendary prosecutor himself, then I suppose so. Now don't disappoint me, you hear? Was that a fucking hour-long tutorial segment? Holy shit. Whoa. That's a good Sting jingle. Saving definitely takes a lot longer. What's with that prosecutor? I can't believe how rude he was. It was unbelievable. Please maintain your professionalism, detective. I'm gonna find some real solid evidence proving Maggie's innocence. I am stumbling all over my words tonight. You'll see, sir. But we've been kicked out of the crime scene, sir. True. So then what now? Looks like my life's fallen into yet another gigantic ditch. Do not despair, Miss Bird. We can overcome this as well. There are many other places and things we should be looking into anyway. Really, sir? For example, this hallway. The linchpin of his argument against Miss Bird is related to the master key. In that case, this hallway is a perfect place to look for more information regarding the mystery surrounding my door. I was wondering if I may speak with you a bit concerning this case. Thoughts so far? I'm liking the direction this is taking. Because obviously, prosecutors do a bit more in this series in terms of like the general trial mess than defense attorneys, because defense attorneys are just there to defend their clients. Prosecutors help investigations, prosecute the defendant, and work with detectives to make sure that the evidence is secured and safe. So having a completely different gameplay system for that makes total sense. I'm also loving this soundtrack. I've always been a big fan of the courtroom, but this This is like a dream where I'm being cross-examined by the Miles Edgeworth. I can't let this chance pass me by. I must remember to ask her about the master key. I should jog her memory by showing my notes to her through the present button. Have you ever met the victim before? Well, I've seen him a couple of times before when I had to go to Mr. Portsman's office. Mr. Faith was always playing basketball with Mr. Portsman, sir. That sounds like fun. Just ones I'd love to have played with him. It sounds fun, but the only person ever taking a shot was Mr. Portsman. All Mr. Faith ever did was pass him the ball, sir. No, on second thought, I don't think I'd fit in with all of them. Fit in all that well with them. Miss Maggie Bird, correct? I take you an acquaintance of the detective? She was under my supervision back when she was still in the force, sir. One day she got caught up in a murder and things started going downhill, so she quit. But I owe a lot to Detective Gumshoe for introducing me to my current employer. So I thought until a few hours ago. Right before I was about to clock out for the night. You got caught up in this whirlwind of a case, correct? Don't worry, my whole life's been nothing but a whirlwind of bad luck and failures. Since I was 6 months old when I fell from the 9th floor of my apartment building. I've been hit by all sorts of vehicles, gotten sick from all sorts of foods, failed in almost every test I've taken, experienced almost every kind of disaster, and now I even managed to be named a criminal just when I become a security guard. That's a lot to go through in one lifetime. I know, and just when I thought I had finally found my happiness, I wind up getting you and Detective Gumshoe involved in my bad luck. You don't need to worry about blaming me, Miss Bird, nor do you need to worry about yourself. I'll solve this case and prove your innocence. All I ask in return is for your cooperation. Yes, sir, Mr. Edgeworth. You can count on me. I'll do all I can to help. So when did you discover the master key was missing? By the time I realized it, I think it was around 1 a.m., sir? And I noticed it was back around 2:30. It was just sitting there on the ledge where the security room's reception window is. But I'm sure that between those 2 times, it was not just gone, but stolen, sir. Why is such an important key stolen in such an unsecure place? It's not like that, sir. We always keep the key further inside the room, away from the window. Always, you say. Except for this time, correct? Well, I mean, I was a bit careless, but I had my reasons. I left it out because I was sort of using it at the time. It was after I had used it that I left it sitting out on the ledge. She used the master key? Why'd you use it? What did you mean by used the master key? Oh, I had to use it to open the door for this prosecutor who had forgotten his key. I mean, it's my job as a security guard, right? Ah! What is it? That's right, I just remembered. The prosecutor who forgot his key... It was Mr. Portsman, sir. What? Please tell me more, Miss Bird. Quickly. It was around midnight. Mr. Portsman had forgotten his office key, so he came down to security, sir. And that's when you loaned the master key to him? No way, it's against regulations to loan the master key out to anyone. I walked with Mr. Portsman to his office and opened the door for him personally, sir. I see. And then, what happened after that? Well, he called for me to come close up his office as he was leaving to go home. That was around 1:30 a.m., I think. So in summary, for the sake of one forgetful prosecutor, you used the master key twice tonight. Talk about suspicious. I doubt you can say you've never left your keys at home, Detective. I think this calls for a more thorough examination of Mr. Portsman's door. Hello. Did you have fun? Gotcha.
Yeah.
She missed you guys.
My mother, ladies and gentlemen.
Maybe, I don't know. I ain't gonna look into everyone. For context, my parents have been out most of the day. Yeah. What was I doing? Wait a second. Oh, I can only do that here, I guess? How could the key have been used between after 1:30 when it was missing from 1 a.m. to 2:30? Miss Bird, I'm afraid there's a flaw in your story. What? No way, pal. I mean, sir. You said that you locked up Mr. Portsman's office around 1:30, correct? However, the master key had already been stolen at that time. Wow, nothing gets about you, Mr. Edgeworth. You saw that contradiction like a pro. I totally forgot all about that, but thanks to you now I remember. You're right, it was around that very time I realized the master key was missing. And? Well, I'm a security guard, sir. I couldn't just admit to losing the master key, could I? So I pretended to lock up his room, sir. You pretended? Yeah, I used my house key, made it look like I was locking it up, sir. So in actuality, you never did relock the door then? Well, I thought that maybe I could go lock after I found the key. Come to think of it, I guess the door still hasn't been locked properly. Ooh, this is a little weird. Oh, I have a run button. He dashed. I don't know why I'm surprised by that, but I love it. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking cranny. Gee, I wonder what that could be. It's... Ah, isn't that the missing zero series file, sir? No doubt about it. The bloody letters mark it clear as day. There seem to be a few pages missing. Our thief took only what was necessary and left the rest behind. So what are these zero piles about, sir? I guess they got something worth stealing them, huh? Not particularly. It's just a collection of court file case files. However, the cases within these files are not mine. Huh? They belonged to the High Prosecutor that used to occupy my current office. I have my reasons, but let's just say I was charged with keeping them as they were. Then that means the thief must have also wanted these files for a specific reason, right? It would seem so. Only the pages related to that case from 10 years ago are missing. I wonder why anyone would care about such an old case. I mean, statute of limitations aren't up if the general statute's over around 15 years like it is for murder. What is a basketball doing here? That's Mr. Portsman's prized possession, sir. Now here he also plays soccer, dodgeball, and even tennis. And not a single one of those sports is suitable to be played in a hallway. Prosecutor Payne? Yeah, it looks like you're in quite a pains, Mr. Edgeworth. To be sure, murder within the walls of the prosecutor's office is no trifling matter. We must find, apprehend, and punish the killer accordingly, post-haste. Sounds like a messy case you've got on your hands. If you ever feel lost or need some advice, my door is always open. How gracious. I'll keep your offer in mind. Who is this guy again? Goddamn! Poor Payne. Poor Payne. Is everything alright? Yes, sir. If you must know, I weighed myself this morning and I'm finally 154 pounds. Congratulations, but I was asking about this hallway in this room. Oh, everything's okay, sir. A word of advice. Stay focused or you may start to lose even more weight. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Room 1203, I take it this is Mr. Portsman's office. Yeah, you can't mistake it because of that basketball hoop, sir. Oh, that reminds me, Mr. Portsman actually wanted room 1202 real badly. But since you were already occupying it, Mr. Edgeworth, we put it next door, sir. So why was Mr. Portsman so particular about getting room 1202? I'm not sure, but I bet it's because of something like his birthday is December 2nd. Yep, that's gotta be it. I can't think of another reason why. I can think of at least 3. Ugh, why am I even wasting time thinking about this?
Easy to open. Door's locked tight.
Bet the old credit card trick won't work here, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
This is the office of a high prosecutor detective. These doors would be pretty ineffective if the average cat burglar could get through them.
Aha! So get only a great cat burglar can get in. That must be where the culprit is.
Might I advise you to return that conclusion to whatever pawn shop you bought it from? I'm actually trying... I can't tell if that's me checking out the doorknob or not. Minimalist yet classy door made of top quality wood.
It's kind of majestic too. Fits really in really well with the ambience of the prosecutor's office. Even Mr. Portsman himself seems dignified. My voices are all blending together. Just because he works behind one of these.
Nonsense. A man who doesn't become more or less dignified because of where he works.
Well, seems he's more dignified than Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne? I suppose custodial work can be also be dignified. Alright, so the problem here is if it's locked, that directly contradicts with what Maggie told us. If what Miss Bird has said is true, then why is this door locked tight?
You know, you're right.
Miss Bird, are you sure you didn't relock this door? I'm certain of it, sir. And I don't think Mr. Portsman noticed it himself that I hadn't.
Which means what, sir?
It either means that he actually does have the key to his office, or that the door Miss Bird opened wasn't this one at all, but a completely different one.
She opened a different door, but how can you prove that?
There's an easy way to find out. All we need to do is... we need to examine these. Probably the doorknob. The print on the doorknob will tell us everything.
Hey, you pal, do us a favor and see what you can learn from this, okay? So, what'd you find out?
There's no need for such belligerent nostril flaring, detective. Sir, I found only Mr. Portsman and Mr. Faith's prints on this doorknob. So only two people's prints were found on this, huh? That's pretty decisive.
Huh? I'm lost, sir.
Thinking logically, a certain other person's print should be on this doorknob as well. Now then, whose print should also be on this doorknob? Maggie. She's my age. Don't you find it odd that the prints of the person who unlocked this door are absent?
You mean...
Yes, the door that Miss Bird opened could not have been this one, but a different one. What have we here? I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Oh, he's just gonna say that every single time, huh? I wonder what this piece of paper is. What is this?
Looks like a scrap of paper. I'll get it, sir. Let's see. Oh, there's something written on it.
Looks like a note from the victim. I brought the 3 pieces of evidences by, but just like we talked about on the phone, but looks like you're out. Guess we'll catch up later. Buddy.
Yeah, it's from Mr. Portsman.
What else is odd here? Oh, I have an up and down button now. Oh, wait a sec. That ain't right.
What's this? What are you looking at, sir? Oh, hey, how about a game?
That's okay, detective. I just found the position of this hoop to be a little off.
Hey, you're right, sir. I guess it shifted when someone made a seriously sweet slam dunk.
The positioning of this hoop is definitively unnatural. I better take note of this. I'm going to assume that's everything there, because the basketball I doubt is anything. Can I examine my door? Hey! Oh, wait a second. I don't see any signs of forced entry.
And according to the guard, no signs that the lock was picked either, sir.
Meaning that the door really was opened with a key. Do you happen to find if any prints were lifted from the doorknob?
Apparently the doorknob's clean as a whistle. Wiped as they think.
Whoever this thief is, they did a good job of not leaving any clues behind. Poking around in this hallway has actually paid off quite handsomely.
Huh? How so, sir?
In a variety of different ways. I think it's time we had a little chat with the real culprit of this case.
Do you know who the killer is? Well, Mr. Edgeworth.
As long as my logic is sound, then yes. The mastermind behind this murder is none other than Mr. Portsman.
What? Mr. Portsman?
I knew it. That's exactly what my logic sense were telling me, too. I suspected it was him from the instant he accused Maggie of being the killer, sir.
That is anything but logical. Lady and gentlemen, prepare yourselves. Come what may, it's time to knock on truth's door.
Mr. Portsman, I'm finished processing the bloody letter, sir. All right, let me take a gander at it. Pass it here. Okay, looking good. You there, take good care of this.
Whoa!
Nice catch. Well, if it isn't Detective Gumshoe.
End of the line for you, Portsman. We got you now.
Call off your dog, Mr. Edgeworth. Is this some kind of joke?
It's no joke. We know, Mr. Jacques Portsman, that you are the guilty party in this case.
You must be pretty upset getting chased out of your own room. I'd be mad too. So I guess you can stay, if you promise to stay out of our way.
You intend to hide your crime under the guise of the prosecutor doing his job?
Huh, I can see right through the unsightly paper-thin mask you're wearing your cowl.
Shit, I get my voices mixed up, man.
Ha! Who never thought it would come to this? Actually, come to think of it, your mentor was Manfred von Karma, right?
Odd time to bring that up, but yes.
The legendary prosecutor who never lost a single case for 40 long years. But there was always this incessant chatter about forged evidence with that guy. Really teaching me that I've got to stay on the lookout for false accusations, you know?
Are you done trying to play mind games with me? Because they won't work. The only thing you should be using with that mouth of yours for is explaining yourself. Although that too will only dig your hole deeper. Either way, your game is up.
Well, aren't we full of ourselves, even though you have yet to prove anything? I have no idea what sort of harebrained idea you have in mind, but there's a mountain of evidence that points away from me being the culprit. Besides, how, may I ask, do you propose I unlocked your door and got in here? Look, I feel bad doing this for you, but I've got work to do, so we're done here.
Sorry, but we're not finished yet.
Boy, you're stubborn. I suppose you're basing your accusation on something.
I'll show you what I'm basing my accusation on. With evidence.
Heading back towards some should probably lose signal again. That's the case. Have a great night. All right, Kaito. Take care with the power outage and shit if things don't go well. If not, I guess I'll talk to you later. Have a great night otherwise.
All right. We definitely know how you opened your my door. That would be the master key. Oh, hearing that again is always so good.
The music cutout is even still there.
I believe you were able to open my office door with the master key, no less.
Wait. Hold on for a sec. I never laid a finger on that key, as you already know.
Precisely. You were able to open my door without lifting a single finger. Well, maybe you did, but only to direct.
What?
That's right. You used your finger to direct this person to direct. Okay. To open my door with the key. Maggie.
Take that.
You had asked Miss Bird to open your own office door for you, yes?
Yeah. I kind of forgot my key at home. Happens a bit too often for my tastes, you know?
But the room you had Miss Bird open at that time was not your own, was it?
What? You have quite the imagination. But why don't we ask the girl herself whose door she opened, shall we? I'm certain that it was Mr. Portsman's door, sir.
I checked the number plate to make sure I was opening the right door, sir. See, Miss Bird backs up my own story. Yet, what if you had misled her to fool her into thinking you had what you wanted? And how do you suppose I did that? By switching the number plates on our doors, for example? That's right, they do slide out pretty easily. Furthermore, you then used one other thing to give a very strong impression. That the door she was opening was yours and not, in fact, mine. What was it that Mr. Portsman used to make Miss Bird think that was his room? The basketball hoop. What? The basketball hoop, sir? It's quite a peculiar fixture in any hallway, let alone a hallway in this building. Which is why it left an unusually strong impression on you. It's an object perfectly suited to suit just outside the office of a peculiar prosecutor. That's very true, sir, because there was a basketball hoop sitting there. I thought the door I was opening had to be Mr. Portsman's. There are signs the hoop had been moved. To sit it in front of my office, to be sure. I see, so that's how you throw suspicion on people. Thanks for the tip. But I think your conjecture's a little off right at the racetrack. Now you're just spouting nonsense. I had the girl open my office door. After that, I was in my room the entire time. You don't have a single reason to suspect me. So he intends to claim his innocence to the end, does he? I'm as pure and as innocent as my jacket. And Miss Bird's as dirty and guilty as the jacket she wears. My jacket's not dirty, I'll have you know. I just washed it yesterday. Please calm down, for I intend to show who is the one truly covered in slime here. Alright. Oh, wait, no, I see it. What would it be? His office, I think? Yeah, fingerprints on the doorknob. So she couldn't have helped. I had your door dusted for prints. My door? Ha! What for? Come on, I bet you didn't find anything. You sure are good at wasting time. You're right, I didn't find anything. And definitely not Miss Bird's fingerprints. Her prints? What do they have to do with anything? Let's put it this way. If she really was the one who opened your door, then her prints should naturally be on the doorknob she touched. Ah! Further, all the prints on my office door's knob have been wiped clean. I can only assume it's because Miss Bird's fingerprints were on it. But it doesn't change the fact that I was in my room the entire time. Is that really a fact, or is it fiction? Hey, would I lie to you? I have here proof you were not in your room the entire time as you claim. The note left by the victim. This is a note that the victim left for you, Mr. Portsman. A note? It was left under your door, or did you not notice? And right here it says, but you're out. You were not in your room when the victim came to call on you. So then, where were you and what were you doing? Ah! Don't you think it's time you gave up your charade? We know you stole into my office with the intent of stealing something from me, and Detective Faith found you out. Possibly because he heard sounds come from a room whose occupant was on leave. Mr. Portsman, you killed Mr. Faith to silence him. And I had the misfortune to return when I did. You had to threaten me as you escaped. As I said when you had the gun to my back, no one gets away with committing murder in my office. I just what's so funny, pal? Well, that look of stiff seriousness on the face of this office's finest prosecutor, as he makes a huge mistake in accusing me is simply too much to bear. There's just nothing else like it in the world. What? Mr. Edgeworth just explained it all and he even backed it up. You're the murderer. Stop trying to be slippery and just admit to the crime already. And as I said earlier, it's also circumstantial. It's full of conjecture. You say you checked my doorknob for prints? Well, I can readily confess that I had wiped that knob down well. Eh? I'm a little obsessive-compulsive, you see. I didn't want to touch a doorknob that you had touched, which is why I wiped the knob down as soon as I could after you opened the door. After that, it makes perfect sense that only gems and my own prints would be on there.
You made that up just now, didn't you?
Furthermore, as for the note Jim left me, do you know what exactly when that was? For all we know, he could have left that there before I arrived at the office. Like early evening, for example.
Are you saying you failed to notice a note in your doorway?
Hey, even geniuses fail at times. I was probably too preoccupied by work-related matters, although that's no excuse. Now that's just a flat-out lie. There's no way you didn't notice a note that size. Nah, but you can't prove that, can you? Say something, Mr. Edgeworth. Back me up here, sir.
Portsman makes a good point. They can't prove that he simply didn't overlook it.
Besides, I have an airtight alibi.
Airtight, you say?
I only realized that I had one just now as we were talking. Guess it would have been better for all of us if I had told you sooner. If memory serves, you came back to this office at 2 a.m., correct? And it was then that you had the unfortunate confrontation at gunpoint with the culprit. But exactly the time I was down in criminal affairs. Ask around, I'm sure the other detectives will corroborate my story. It's the perfect alibi.
Do you really think it's that perfect?
Like I said, I don't care. Ask around all you like. You'll see for yourself.
Detective Gumshoe? Sir, yes, sir. I'll go check out his alibi, sir. Be right back. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, I think we're in trouble. It's just like Mr. Portsman said. The guys down in criminal affairs said they saw him around 2 a.m.
You see?
All of the evidence points to him being the culprit, so there must be a contradictory point in his alibi somewhere.
If memory serves, he came back to this office around blah blah blah. God, I wish I could just hold it. Oh wow, that actually is really good voice recognition. Wanted to try that out.
You are correct. It was around 2 a.m.
Now you're sure? It's really important to me that you're on spot with the time.
I remember checking my watch then, and make no mistake, it was 2.
Ooh, giving testimony like a pro. Okay, so you came back to your office at 2.
It is as you say, however.
Yeah, however, you're the one who claims to have bumped into the culprit. So tell me, did you see the person's face? Was it me who you saw?
It was pitch black, so I couldn't actually see.
Ah, come now. I'm sure you saw something. Try a little harder, why don't you?
I'm beginning to feel like I'm the one being interrogated here.
Ah, well, it doesn't matter if you remember or not. It only matters that you ran into the culprit.
This is one of those press everything, get nothing things, isn't it? So you paid the criminal affairs department a visit.
Yep, right after I left the prosecutor's building, I headed straight for the precinct.
Well, we did go and ask you around to confirm your testimony.
And it was just as I said, right?
Yes, sir. A number of detectives said they saw you around at that time.
See, I had the perfect alibi. That's the ace I had up on my sleeve.
Ugh. Impossible. He actually does have the perfect alibi.
What's wrong? Why the sudden stone look on your face?
Can't you say anything back, Mr. Edgeworth?
Heh, I think we've reached the end of the line and it's time to get off this crazy train. You there.
Sir.
Please escort the young lady out, but remember, be gentle.
Maggie! Detective Gumshoe! Is there nothing I can do? There must be a way to turn the situation around. If I only had a clue. Did I miss something that can help me cast doubt on his alibi? I need to calmly think of this through one more time and with logic.
That does match up with the fact we're missing another handgun.
There were 2 bullets left at the scene of the crime. One that robbed Mr. Faith of his life,
and one that nearly robbed me of my jacket. However, the murder weapon only shows signs of being fired once, meaning that it is entirely possible that a second gun was used in my office tonight. But seeing as how the killer had to steal Mr. Faith's gun, I doubt the killer had another gun up their sleeve. Therefore, the second gun could have been the property of an entirely different person, which could mean that there was another person who paid a visit to my office tonight. Who? That could explain why there was also 2 file rearrangements. Supposing there was yet another visitor tonight, that would also resolve the issue of why my shelves were upended twice. We know that the shelves were disturbed once before and once after the murder, so it shouldn't be much of a stretch to think it was the work of 2 different people. Once by the person who stole the victim's gun and then killed him with it, and once again after the murder by our second culprit. Who was the owner of the second gun? If we suppose that the second culprit's gun was the one that pointed at my back... Mr. Portsman, it seems that I need to amend my assumptions regarding this case. Great, so you finally come to your senses. Mr. Edgeworth!
Sir, what are you saying?
This has been a big misunderstanding on my part from the start. I had assumed that the person I ran into was the killer, but that may not be the case. What do you mean? The person I ran into was just your average thief.
Thief? But, sir, doesn't that cause some sort of contradiction in the facts?
Not at all. It simply means that the killer was someone else. And it means that in actuality, 2 culprits stole into my office tonight. What do you mean 2? Explains why both my shelves were disturbed twice and how there were 2 guns. Mr. Portsman tricked Miss Bird and gained entry into my office. Well, now you're just leading the argument. You don't have any extra proof, you know. If you could please go along with my hypothetical scenario for now, Mr. Portsman. In the end, if you really are innocent, you should have nothing to worry about. Now then, returning to my scenario, Mr. Portsman was out to steal something from me. Which is why he checked my secret safe and ransacked my shelves. This is the first time.
So then, this would be when the files were put back in the wrong order, right?
Correct. And then, just when he was about to look somewhere else, who should walk in but his own partner, Mr. Faith?
But why did Mr. Faith come in your room, sir?
He probably had business with Mr. Portsman, which is why he was in the area. But that's when he noticed sounds coming from my office, would be my guess. Oh, because you were supposed to be away, right?
And he must have thought it was odd, so he came into his office to check it out.
Correct. And as a detective, that was the right thing to do. But when he came in, he found his own partner standing there. Because it was Mr. Portsman, Mr. Faith probably let his guard down. But Mr. Portsman was not so merciful as to let him leave alive. He waited for a chance and stole Mr. Faith's gun from him, and then... he killed him. He silenced Mr. Faith for catching him in the act of stealing. This was the moment in which the first shot was fired, and the one that landed in my files. Following that, Mr. Portsman wiped the gun down and left it behind as he made his exit. He could afford to do that because he had also left the fake dying message behind.
Such a complicated... You're such a complicated troublemaker, you know that?
Well, if things were as simple as that, then all would be solved. However, there's yet another visitor to my room, and this is where it gets complicated. There was another?
Visitor, sir?
Yes, and this other person's objective was also to steal something from me. Now then, even after Mr. Portsman left, the door to my office remained unlocked. However, this new visitor had no way of knowing that, and so... they stole the master key from the security guard's room, and then entered my room and searched through my shelves. This was the second time they were disturbed, and it seems the thief found their prize.
The stolen zero file, right, sir?
Correct, only just as the thief was about to leave the file, I appeared. The thief then threatened me with their own gun and made their escape. The second bullet was fired during that brief encounter.
So the shelves getting messed up twice and the 2 bullets, it was all because 2 different people were doing those things at 2 different times?
Precisely. Now do you see, Mr. Portsman? The person I met was just a thief and was not in fact Mr. Faith's killer. Your alibi for the time frame in which I ran into the other person is now irrelevant. Because we now know that the murder took place during the first culprit's visit.
What's so funny, pal?
Absolutely splendid. Your scenario explains everything.
Of course it does. It's Mr. Edgeworth after all.
But you know, it still doesn't change the fact that it's a circumstantial. Supposing if, and that's a big if, your theory is right, it would indeed render my alibi, which had withstood scrutiny, mind you, irrelevant. But there is still one defining point of your argument for which you have no evidence. Your supposition that I was the first visitor.
Mr. Edgeworth, you can't let him get away with that, sir.
But he has a point. I have absolutely no proof at this point. Don't say that, sir.
I don't believe this. Don't worry, Maggie. I'll do something if I must.
You know something? I find your attitude to be somewhat peculiar, Mr. Edgeworth. If the person you met really was just a plain old thief, then why is that person not your main suspect? That is, if your theory is correct. And that thief you ran into should be a real suspect, wouldn't you say? We should be out there looking for that thief right now. They might still be nearby. I hate to repeat myself, but as I've already said, I was training in my room. And when Jim came to deliver some evidence to me, I was down at criminal affairs. So I can't be expected to know what happened around the time around here after I left. So you think we should be out there looking for the thief? Of course. Now isn't the time to be wasting time on dead-end discussions. I don't think it's all at all dead-ended. I find your alibi to be fascinating. Let's continue where we left off, shall we? I know he's lying. I know he was here at the scene of the crime. I'd have to find a way to prove it. He's learned so well from his boyfriend. Alright, the only thing I can see that has potential problems here is when Jim came to deliver some evidence. Why didn't you go there with Mr. Faith? That's because he said he was tired and was going to take a quick nap. You know these sofas in the hallway? He likes to sleep on those. One of his habits. And what of the evidence he brought? Everything's related to yesterday's case. Just 2 items, again independent. Interesting. This piece of testimony seems too crucial to let slip through the cracks. Found us that breakthrough. Because that contradicts directly with the note, because the letter said he left 3. Only 2 pieces? I believe the proper face is you fail. Excuse me? You fail as a prosecutor, Mr. Portsman, as you intend to keep evidence hidden from me. What are you talking about? I haven't hidden anything from you. Well, here's a piece I think you should read carefully. It says that Mr. Faith was bringing 3 pieces. Yes, and this is the victim's real dying message to you, Mr. Portsman. I can't believe he get tripped up by simple arithmetic. Where is the missing piece of evidence? Dramatic point. It's... You have it, don't you? Only the guilty would make such a face. Detective Gumshoe.
You don't have to say it, sir. I'll pat the guy down from head to toe.
Don't come any closer, I'm warning you.
This is all part of the investigation, pal, so don't even think about stopping me.
No.
Hey, what's this? Yeah, that's on him, sir.
Despite what you said, it would appear that you do have something to hide.
But why would he hide something like that?
There's only one reason anyone would hide evidence of this caliber. Because it would unequivocally point to that person himself as being the real killer. Let's examine this videotape in a little more detail. For the section of the tape that will drive the last nail into his coffin. Alright. The hell does that say? KG8. The KG8 incident.
That's the police case number, sir. Does that mean this video's evidence from that case?
Interesting. However, what's recorded on this isn't what's important right now. Let's give the casing a thorough once-over.
Oh, hello!
Ah, that's blood, isn't it?
Yes, and I believe this is what the good prosecutor was trying to hide from us. This blood is still fresh.
You mean this might be Detective Faith's blood?
No, you've got it all wrong.
No amount of denial can save you. We have but to run a blood test to find the truth. You told us that you had received evidence from the victim earlier. Now you will tell us when and how did the victim's blood find its way onto this video?
Yeah, it's totally suspicious.
Was it at the moment of his death? Did Detective Faith have this videotape on his personage when you killed him?
You know very well there's no way to prove that.
Not even if we were to examine this tape for fingerprints? If I had to take a guess, I'd say that the only ones on here would belong to the murderous you and Mr. Faith.
No, impossible.
Oh god, dude, no, that's horrible for you. Hey, Atulia, hope you're having a good night. Thanks for the good wishes. It's been going well. Built a Mega Man model kit most of the day. It's looking good on my shelf. And now I'm playing a very different game.
Mr. Portsman has been placed under arrest for the murder of Detective Buddy Faith, sir.
Very good.
And the results we got back from the tech lab techs on the tape turned out to be real solid, sir. The blood work came back and it was definitely Mr. Faith's blood on there. And as a bonus, they were also able to look a few of Mr. Faith's fingerprints as well.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Edgeworth. I still can't believe I got to see your cool deduction skills outside the courtroom. I'm impressed beyond words, sir.
It was nothing. I'm just sorry you got caught up in the murder in my office. Please accept my apologies.
It was nothing, really. Compared to what I've been through, I mean. I consider myself lucky that it was only a burglary and a murder this time, sir. If it had been a hold-up or a hostage situation, I'd have thrown my hands up in the air. I think I'm finally rising up from a goddess of misfortune to just an unlucky person.
Something tells me we should have hired a different person for security detail.
You know something, sir? That Mr. Portsman really was one corrupt prosecutor.
And why would you say he was corrupt?
Well, I heard that there were a number of suspicious things related to his court cases. There's even rumors about how some of the evidence he uses is forged, sir.
Forged evidence, huh?
And they say he even decided not to prosecute a few cases because for some fairly vague reasons.
Oh, that guy was a complete disgrace to the entire profession.
We never did get around to asking what his reason for breaking into my office.
Yeah, whenever we got near that topic, he just clammed up.
Although we can be pretty certain it was to steal something.
This is just between you and me, sir, but there's a rumor that some sort of huge organization's involved behind the scenes.
Oh? Well. With Mr. Portsman not willing to divulge anything, it certainly lends credence to that rumor. It would seem that we haven't heard the last of this.
Huh? That Mr. Portsman isn't the bad guy?
I didn't say that, but rather there are still many more mysteries for us to solve. For example, we still haven't figured out what the significance of this piece of evidence. Oh, wait, the stolen file. The person who stole this file, the other villain of the night.
Yeah, I wonder who it was.
And what happened to the stolen pages? I wonder, who in the world was it that held me up at gunpoint?
Mr. Edgeworth, sir!
Yes?
Came across this while I was processing your office earlier, sir.
This card! What is it, sir? Is it a bird or something on there?
It's not just any bird. It's the mark of the raven, a three-legged raven. Even you should know what this is, detective.
Oh, it's about that thing, isn't it? The great thief everyone's talking about.
Yes, it's the mark of the great thief Yatagarasu. Under the mark of a legendary bird, the Yatagarasu is noble to the end, a modern Robin Hood. Grimsley from Gen 5? Labeled mysterious and phantom life, like, the Yatagarasu appears and vanishes at will. Although we don't know much about this thief's ultimate goal, we do know the targets. The Yatagarasu likes to find and make public evidence of corrupt dealings of all sorts. The theft is always performed in silence, and always with perfection. Once a target is chosen, no dramatic calling card or announcement is sent forth. Instead, the chosen corporation is infiltrated without even the target noticing. Some days later, the evidence that was found is sent to the mass media, along with a single card. Although it has been a while since the Otakarasu's last appearance.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, look, something written on the back.
What? Let me see.
It's the location of where the thief put the stolen files.
So the person who stole the contents in the file was the Otakarasu? The Otakarasu organization. Quite a few keywords are popping up in this mystery. The murder in my office. The return of the great thief Yatakarasu. Looking back, I can't say I didn't see these evidence coming, for they were heralded by the incidents that began to occur 2 days ago. What? What? Ooh, that's a good jingle. Longer than usual saves. All right, second case, Turnabout Airlines. That's Franziska. That is just straight up Franziska. Hell yeah. The murder that began in my office. The return of the great thief Yatakarasu. Thinking back, everything began on that fateful day 2 days ago. I'm dead. Or it's wine. What is happening? I fly. God damn it, Apple expanded. Yes, everything began high up in the air, 9,000 feet in the air to be precise. Thank you for flying iFly Airlines. We are currently experiencing some slight turbulence. We are asking all passengers to please return to their seats and fasten their seatbelts. What the mech feck? A fucking bar on an airplane? Holy shit. Ugh. Why do I feel like I just woke up from a horrible nightmare? 6:13, huh? Guess I was out cold for about 10 minutes. Huh. Slight turbulence indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently experiencing some slight turbulence. For your safety, we ask that you return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. I suppose turbulence is to be expected on a flight. Though admittedly, I'm less than comfortable with anything resembling earthquakes. What's this? A travel wallet? But it's not mine. How did someone else's travel wallet end up in my pocket? Ugh, my head. Why won't this headache go away? I'll take care of this travel wallet later, or hand it off to an attendant. From earthquake-like turbulence to an elevator! What am I doing hesitating like this? Actually, I know full well why I hesitate. It was when I was still but a young child. I was caught up in a murder that happened in an elevator. But how long am I going to let my past haunt me? It's just an elevator. I'm a grown man now. I need to behave like one. He gets in, teeth chattering. What the? Why does the murdered guy just have to look ever so much like me? God damn it.
What in the world happened?
Is there something wrong, sir? I must ask that you please return to your seat. Eek! He's dead!
Please calm down. We mustn't jump to conclusions without all the facts. What's wrong? Did something happen?
You murderer!
Well, no, you have it all wrong. It wasn't me.
What the fuck? Is that guy just above the attendant? The guy from Iron Giant? Everyone, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have an important announcement. I am one of your flight attendants today, Rhoda Tenero. Unfortunately, we've just had a minor accident on this flight. An accident? Don't treat us like we're stupid. I caught a glimpse and it was a murder.
What? Murder? What's going on with this flight?
Everyone, please calm down. There's no reason to panic. This flight will stay on course and make its scheduled landing. We are still currently in the middle of a rough patch of turbulence. So until we are out of this area of turbulence, I ask that you remain seated.
But somebody was killed, right? I mean, what about the killer? Let me off.
Please, there's no need to feel threatened. We have already apprehended the culprit.
I ask that everyone please remain calm. What the heck is he talking about? Why should we remain calm? My name is Miles Edgeworth. I'm a prosecutor, and I assure you I am not the killer. Ha! Being a prosecutor doesn't make you incapable of murder, buddy. Now, you listen here. I am not the killer. I simply found the body.
So you say. However, I am sure that you're the perpetrator of this crime. I swear on my honor as a professional flight attendant.
Oh, is that right?
I know what I saw. And there's even very strong incriminating evidence to back me up.
What kind of incriminating evidence is she talking about?
We have already alerted the proper authorities at our destination. Until we land, you'll remain in our custody by the powers vested in our captain. I'm very sorry, but please understand our situation.
Your situation? I'm more concerned with mine and the direction it's going in. I'm not just about to sit idly by while I get accused of murder. Miss Tenero, is it?
Yes?
I was wondering if you might give me a chance.
A chance? To do what?
A chance to plead my case? And a chance to ask what you meant by incriminating evidence just now? To accuse a passenger of such a grave crime without allowing him to give a proper defense. Can the professional flight attendant inside you really call this action righteous?
You have a point. Very well. I'll listen to what you have to say. But be wary of what you reveal. I'm afraid that you'll even look more suspicious if your explanation fails to satisfy. I also do not have the time to deal with you all day, so please make it quick.
Of course, as is your wish.
Good. Very well then. Let's get started.
I know for a fact that I didn't kill that man in the elevator. What I don't know is what sort of evidence she has up her sleeve. But I'm certain it doesn't fit with how the crime really occurred.
I swear to tell the whole truth as a professional flight attendant. Unfortunately for you, Mr. Edgeworth, I am certain you are the killer. The scene I saw in front of the elevator, it was you standing there with fresh blood dripping off the murder weapon. So if you would please cooperate, we'll turn you over just as we land.
That's it? That's her evidence.
I don't think you could ask for more perfect witness testimony. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Edgeworth?
Not really. It's hardly perfect when there's a gaping hole in it.
Yeah, you mean the fact the murder weapon in her case is a wallet?
It's a wallet.
Miss Tenero? What's with the yelling all of a sudden?
Ah, force of habit. Well, it doesn't matter. Miss Tenero, you say you saw the murder weapon dripping with blood. Is that correct?
Yes, all that blood. Drip, drip, drip. I just recalling that scene sent a chill down my spine.
Sorry, but your so-called professional flight attendant training has failed you.
What?
I'd like to direct your attention to this. Do you know what this is?
It's a travel wallet, right? But it looks a little big and bulky.
The thing you saw me holding when I discovered the dead body in the elevator was this very travel wallet, Miss Tenero.
What? Impossible.
Now then, do you still think I'm the killer? That I killed him with a travel wallet?
I saw blood dripping from the wallet. I know I did.
As you can see, this wallet is clearly stained, but if you would be so kind as to take a whiff, I think you'd agree it's only grape juice.
Then...
That's right, you mistook grape juice for blood.
Totally not wine.
The murder weapon dripping with blood does not, in fact, exist.
No! There, that should clear up that pesky accusation.
Wait just a sec. That is... I mean, even a wall can be deadly if it was strapped around something heavy. I demand that you show me what's inside, please.
She's trembling and the tacked on please at the end. Sounds like I've got her. No need to look inside, even you can tell that from its appearance that it's light.
No, I can't be sure of anything until I see the contents of that wallet for myself.
She's a persistent one. I suppose we have no choice but to see what's inside. Mr. Nero, if you would be so kind as to open the wallet and check its contents for me.
Alright, I usually don't pry into passengers' belongings, but we have no choice here.
Alright, so investigate the clasp. It's gonna be the... It seems that this passport's all that's in there. As you saw, there's nothing but a passport inside. This renders your wallet was the murder weapon argument moot. Wouldn't you agree?
Please, hear me out, Mr. Edgeworth.
What is it now?
Well, I was wondering, whose passport is it exactly? Can I take a look?
Why not? I'm rather curious myself. This is...
Just as I thought. This travel wallet belonged to Mr. Abkey Hicks?
I'm noticing not as many pun names this time around so far,
Which makes it the victim's property. You stole the victim's wallet, didn't you? How dare you? You said it yourself. You claimed to be holding the wallet in your hands when I found you. Perhaps I did misconstrue the wallet for the murder weapon, but it seems that I wasn't wrong about who was the culprit. As you claim, the murder weapon is not the travel wallet. However, it is something you stole from Mr. Hicks after you were done with the vile deed. I find it hard to believe myself, but your motive was very simple. You were out to steal Mr. Hicks' money, weren't you?
So even though I didn't have the murder weapon on me, you still suspect me. I see.
You stood up at the crime scene with the victim's wallet in your hands. How can I turn a blind eye and not suspect you of foul play?
Actually, what do I have for evidence? Crime scene notes.
Well, there's all his money. So how could I steal it for his money?
I wonder if I might get a word in, Mr. Nero.
What is it now?
Mr. Nero, I wonder if you noticed the contradiction within your own testimony.
What are you talking about?
It's simply impossible that the motive for this murder was monetary theft. One glance at the crime scene should have told you that. What about this crime scene would prove the motive for the murder was not the money? The money. If I may direct your attention to the things strewn all over the floor.
Ah,
That's right, the floor is covered in bills and coinage. By your rationale, these were the very things the killer was after.
ah.
I think we can assume that the wallets fell during the victim's struggle with this killer, and I would think that the killer would have noticed something similar, something like money scattering everywhere. Furthermore, as you can see, there was no effort made by the killer to gather the money.
But the wallet...
Ah, yes, the wallet. You'll also recall that the only thing that was in it was Mr. Hicks' passport. If you are really insisting that it was a crime based on greed, then you're claiming that it was all for an empty travel wallet.
I... Forgive me! Please?
Hey, Bun Bun! Hope you're doing well tonight.
Where's your Pokemon Platinum?
Sounds like this. I need to just have like an image of a trash can to pull up.
Hey, what the heck? Are you saying the attendant's wrong?
So that guy isn't the killer?
Don't believe it, everyone's a trick.
Will you all please be quiet, Mr. Nero?
Yes?
You lost your cool when you saw the dead body. Plus, the lounge was dark, and looking out into the light from the elevator, it's easy to see how you mistook the wallet in my hand for the murder weapon. I take no offense that you thought I was the killer.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Thank you for releasing me.
Foreign! I think they use almost this exact same language in one of the Battle Network Star Force games? What is it now? Okay, I'm getting mixed vibes here. The music is definitively Arabian in tone. But this dude's white as sin, and he looks very Danish. Dutch. Dutch is the word.
Miss Tenero, if you could please translate, I'd be much obliged.
It sounded like Borgnian, but I don't understand any of it. There's another attendant on this flight who... They say that he's giving the runabout. I don't require an interpreter. I speak English very just well, see? You, the attendant. Yes, sir. I want this person to be under the arrest until we arrive at the airport.
I'm sorry, sir, but what exactly are you hoping for?
What is it you want? I'm finished talking with the likes of you.
Please, I would like to hear why you would like me to be under arrest until we land.
You, how dare you try to waste my time?
You are the one who stuck your nose into my affairs.
I wanted to spend at least one more second with my precious heart. I have no time for other things. I know what you are. I see through you. Insolvent. Yes, I'm pretty sure that's how you say it in English.
Well, I hope I don't dissolve in water, but I don't think that's what you meant. I'm sorry, but I don't think I caught your name.
I am Zinc LeBlanc too. I'm a very welcome wealthy man in Borgnia. But I'm not actually an ordinary rich man. I'm an art dealer, a seller of beauty. Need more shiny Pokemon, don't have enough. Bun, you're starting to worry me. Mr. LeBlanc, what did you mean just now? Pardon? You mean what you said Mr. Edgeworth was giving me the runabout? I had to explain? Unbelievable. I'll say it once and only once. I don't have a second to waste. Time is money, as they say.
Yes, and yet you continue to blather on.
I saw it, yes I did. I saw the victim go into the elevator. Going down into the lounge. It was exactly at 6 o'clock. And what's the significance of that time?
At 6, he says. Wait, you saw him at 6?
Ah, what's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? He understands, I see. Mr. Attendant, what time did you discover the body? Well, it was a little after that patch of turbulence, so I would say around 6:15. Ah. Hicks was his name, was it? Can I say the man Hicks was killed in the 15-minute time span? And the only person in the lounge at that time was this prosecutor, yes? Yeah, I was in my seat the whole time. Me too, I was watching the movie and enjoying a fine glass of grape juice.
Buddy, you were enjoying more than a glass, holy shit.
I was still eating, I still haven't finished, see? The other passengers all have an alibi, so you have no problem with them, I suppose.
That also means you don't have one.
No compliant, I see. Not a single word against this, right?
I have no way of discounting what you have put forth at this point, but it wasn't me.
Oh, so you say, but you have what you say the evidence. Mr. Edgeworth, are you really the culprit after all?
Mr. LeBlanc, I suppose you are quite certain what you saw. Enough to give testimony?
Of course, I was looking at that man the whole time. He was playing with that little annoying small machine the whole time.
Machine?
Yes, I'm sure you people call it in English, yes? It's making me crazy with the click, click, click.
From that description, it sounds like some sort of small computer.
I believe Mr. LeBlanc is talking about is a cell phone. I have to say that I did see him playing with it quite a bit myself.
A simple cell phone? A laptop or organizer I can see, but that's kind of low budget.
I hate that noisy little machine in his hand. Not a fragment of beauty, all it produces is ugly sounds. Anyway, I know what I saw.
Mr. Nero?
Yes?
I was wondering if I might be granted permission to examine the crime scene.
What? You want to examine the crime scene?
If you would grant me a little measure of time, I'm sure I can produce the real culprit.
I don't like the sound of that. Fox in the duck pen. Yes, I think that's how you say it in English.
It's Fox guarding the hen house, and I believe my innocence is proven earlier. If I'm given the chance, I can clear up all the remaining doubts. Mr. Nero, if you wait until we arrive, there is a good chance that some evidence will have been destroyed by then. I understand. Let me see what the captain has to say. Ha! This should not be approved. Please, Mr. LeBlanc. It's an emergency. All decisions are to be made by the captain alone. Now, please wait here while I go ask the captain what to do. I'll be right back.
You're not planning to erase evidence when you're doing the investigation, yes?
Of course not.
Ha! We will see. Mr. Edgeworth, you have the captain's permission to investigate the crime scene. What? Unbelievable!
I'm in your debt, Mr. Nero.
However, there is one condition. I'm to supervise you. Can you agree to that?
Of course, I see no problem with that stipulation. It's only natural as I'm still a suspect in this case.
I take full responsibility. I take full responsibility and watch Mr. Edgeworth's every move. I hope this is reassurance enough that there will be no foul play. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, shall we proceed? If you should need my help with anything, please feel free to touch the partner button.
It's time to head to the scene of the crime, the first floor lounge.
Why did the camera move left?
Whoa. Excuse me, but may I have a word with you? You there!
You need something. Please ask Miss Rhoda over there, okay?
What the? Hey, wake up, you!
I'm terribly sorry that she's being so rude, Mr. Edgeworth.
No need for you to apologize. I just find it hard to believe she's asleep on the job. If I were her boss, I'd see that her salary was cut so low it was in the red.
How does one use the elevator? In order to visit the crime scene, free the elevator's not in service. To get to the first floor lounge, we should take the stairs. This leads to the emergency escape hatch. You can't go there mid-flight.
What's the probability that the criminal escaped through here?
100%. Oh, let me finish my thought. I'm 100% certain they didn't.
And I'm searching for an answer. Only complete thoughts need apply. God, I love his fucking running sprite. I want to thank you for your help back there, Mr. Nero.
It was nothing. You should thank the captain for granting you permission. And just so everything is perfectly clear, I still don't trust you to that extent. I don't want you to think your standing with me has changed.
I see. I'll bear that in mind.
I received an order from the captain earlier. He wanted you to know that we reserve the right to stop your investigation if we feel you are not making progress. When we do, he asks that you please return to your seat at that time.
So my time runs out at his and his crew's discretion, does it? I have to find a way to discredit Mr. LeBlanc's testimony before time's up.
My brain takes this. I hope to God there's not a fucking time limit.
I understand. By the way, is there any place you can think of where the killer might hide on board?
I don't think so. After every first-class passenger was accounted for at his or her seat, we made a thorough search of the plane. As for business and economy class, no one can move between those two classes in first class without a staff keycard. And we found no record of a keycard being used at all.
Which means that I have a first-class killer on my hands. Gee, I wonder if it's the only other unique person in the entire area. At least I know that much for sure. And one other thing. No one else has been allowed near this crime scene since the murder was discovered, are there? Now then, let's get started.
But where should we start from?
Let's start with Mr. LeBlanc's statements. The crime occurred between 6 and 6:15. During that interval, the only person in the lounge was myself, which would make me the prime suspect. However, since I did not kill Mr. Hicks, that means the killer was around somewhere.
If we are to believe what you say is true, then yes.
The first order of business would be to gather information to win your trust. What floor is this elevator service?
Only the first and second, although it can also go down to the cargo hold. However, that requires a flight crew keycard.
So the only floors accessible to passengers are the first and second, huh? I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. The fuck is this thing?
What is this sinister-looking figure on the floor here?
Oh, that's a piggy bank of our company mascot, Mr. iFly. It's just one of the many pieces of merchandise we sell in our in-flight shop. This bank is a limited edition, so popular that we had to that we're down to our last one.
You have an in-flight shop?
Yes, it's just beyond the lounge to the right. The shutter to the store is closed at the moment, but it was open the whole flight up until Mr. Hicks' body was discovered.
There's blood on here. Could this have been the murder weapon?
Something in his pocket?
There's something sticking out of his pocket. I hope you won't mind if I take a look at what's inside. It's a picture. Looks like it was taken inside a building somewhere.
Wait a second.
No, not that. The photo.
Hello! His lanyard is missing a piece.
Is this spot somewhat connected to any of this evidence I hold? Mr. Hicks' machine is nowhere to be found.
His machine?
His cell phone, Mr. Nero.
Ah, so I guess it's because it's not here.
Yes, I think we can safely deduce that the killer took it.
Honestly, I thought that was going to be some sort of pass.
Oh, that's the exact same thing. I want to investigate the body. Would that be like his eggs? I doubt anyone was expecting to find a dead body in an elevator on this flight.
So, Mr. Hicks, he's really dead?
Yes. She's trembling, although I can't fault her for that when there's a corpse right there.
Mr. Hicks, if you're really dead, then please answer yes.
I see she's over the trembling now, although a new symptom seems to have appeared. Anyway, I should focus on the victim's body. Let's see. There's blood on the back of Mr. Hicks' head. Could this be the cause of death? He appears to have been struck very hard.
That would match with the potential blunt force trauma weapon on the bottom right of the screen.
Even his glasses are broken. Oh, that's just tragic. There's some spilled grape juice in front of the elevator. No, I assume it was spilled during the turbulence.
Oh, we must clean that up or someone might get hurt.
Aha!
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I found some very important evidence. What is the important piece of evidence in this scene?
Gee, is it the fucking footprint? What is it?
They're a little smudged, but I think we can both agree they're a set of footprints.
So you think...
Yes, these belong to our killer.
Oh, then maybe we should check the shoe sizes of everyone in the first class.
I don't think that'll be of any help to us. Unfortunately, the prints are too smudged, which will make it hard to get a definitive match.
Oh, I see. Still, they lead off towards the shutter. The in-flight shop is just beyond these shutters, but we don't have permission to open them, so I'm afraid I must leave them closed.
There must be still some clues to be found here in this lounge. We must remain ever vigilant. Alright, let's see. Can I connect anything with logic? Yes? Yeah. Yep, I heard about that. They do a couple live ones every now and then, but this is one of their early live, like, online live shows. Yep. Yep. Yeah, because that's tomorrow, right? I'll take a look at it. Alright, where was I going again? Here we are. That's definitely the murder weapon. A statue with blood on it lying next to the body of a man who was beaten to death.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I think I figured something out.
Yes? What is it?
The way the blood is on this, it looks like it matches up with the wound on his head.
Well, aren't we deserving of the master of the obvious title?
Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Don't you think that's worth investigating?
It would appear that this figurine is our murder weapon.
Oh, I just knew it. I mean, I can't think of anything other connection.
Past master of the Ob, oblivious would be more befitting.
The killer was probably in the elevator already.
Alright, 100% right so far. True, there wasn't anyone else in the lounge other than myself right before the turbulence. But if the killer was in the elevator along with the victim, that's a different story.
This would mean the person probably killed Hicks, walked out, saw me, probably knocked me out if the earthquake didn't do that to begin with, and then walked through the grape juice past the shutter.
If this game ever requires putting more than two pieces of information together, I'm gonna be fucked. I have it!
I'm sorry, I don't understand, Mr. Edgeworth.
I can prove that someone other than myself was here around the time of the murder.
What? Really?
Yes, it's rather simple, actually. The proof is in the pudding, or rather the grape juice in this case. These footsteps here confess to me this very fact, that someone exited the elevator alive. Seeing as how the victim is dead, that would also mean a second person.
But couldn't the footprints be from Mr. Hicks himself?
Ah, but if you take a look at our victim's shoes, you can see the soles are spotless.
Which means...
Mr. Hicks wasn't alone in the elevator. In fact, it's quite the opposite. There was actually one other person inside the elevator. What's going on over there?
Over where?
Oh, hi, LeBlanc.
Unforgivable! This is unforgivable! Do you understand what I'm saying? The movie is late! This is the same level of bad as if the plane arrived late. But the movie... What? I'll not talk to you anymore. You are just wasting my time. What is the matter, Mr. LeBlanc? If there is no emergency, please return to your seat, sir. Do not tell me what to do. I do not need to sit down. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, did you prove you are innocent yet?
If you would like, I will prove my innocence to you right now.
What? Nonsense. Are you saying my eyewitness testimony is mistaken?
Not mistaken, merely that there's room for doubt. I'd be most honored if you could please tell me what you saw in detail once more.
Fine. Suit yourself. Why is he doing the finger gun? I am certain I saw Mr. Hicks enter the elevator. It was when the needles on my pocket watch pointed to the 6 and the 12. The body was discovered 15 minutes after that in the lounge, yes? The new only person in the lounge at the time must be the criminal.
Mr. LeBlanc's conclusions seem to make logical sense. After all, the only person in the lounge at the supposed time of the murder was me.
So, my eyewitness testimony. If you think you can destroy it, then come, let me see. Hurry, do I look like a man who is having the time to wait for you?
Why is he so irritated? I'm the one accused of murder here. Anyway, I must find a way to discredit Mr. LeBlanc's account somehow, and fast. Alright, let's start pressing.
Ugh. I really wish pressing Y... Wait. Okay. Y just brings up the mic. I can still just press R to do an immediate hold it.
Mr. LeBlanc, were you able to get a good look at the elevator inside the elevator at the time?
Of course, I saw what was inside.
And you are sure that the victim was in the elevator alone?
Yes, the only person inside was that Hicks man.
This is the last output is a bit too important to let go. How do you explain these? Mr. LeBlanc,
What is it?
there's a very glaring contradiction in your testimony.
What do you mean?
Please take a look at the area in front of the elevator. There, the spilled grape juice.
Yes, and you admit you saw spilled with the blood?
No, it is spilled itself during the turbulence. But the interesting thing here is the set of grape juice footprints.
Footprints?
Yes, the ones that lead from the elevator within the elevator out into the lounge itself. It's evidence that proves that someone other than Mr. Hicks exited the elevator alive. Oof. There must have been another person in the elevator with Mr. Hicks. Now then, I'm done playing games. Why don't you tell us the truth?
Can you please translate for us? No way, that's totally impossible, I guess what he said. No way, that's totally impossible. I know there was no other person in there, I saw them with my own eyes. If you want to know what I think, Mr. Edgeworth, I don't think Mr. LeBlanc's lying to us.
I suppose she's right, he doesn't seem to be lying. But then what does it mean? What about this contradiction? Mr. LeBlanc, please, just once more, will you recall the details of what you witnessed for me?
Me. I was very upset when Mr. Hicks passed by my seat. I was always checking the time over and over again. I happened to follow that man with my eyes when he passed me. And I saw clearly he went into the elevator he was entering. But I swear there was no one else inside. No one. Mr. LeBlanc, if you could please calm down. What? Dare you two have issue with my eyewitness testimony?
God, this guy's slightly broken English is not helping with my reading problems right now.
No, not at all. Please forget I said anything.
Yet again, he doesn't appear to be lying. But I can't let this testimony stand as the truth. Why are you constantly checking the time? Why are we so attentive to the time?
Because something unforgivable was happening.
Come to think of it, you were yelling about something about unforgivable earlier.
I was giving complaint to the attendant about the movie starting time. Return me back to me my time. In money. You understand the point.
Movie? Is he talking about the in-flight one that's mentioned in the magazine? A summary of the plot and start time. Interesting.
They were supposed to show License to Love, Laugh, Maim, and Murder. You cannot see that movie in my country. You can only see it on international flights. I look forward greatly to that movie. I checked the pocket watch whenever possible so I would not miss it. I even set my pocket watch to the destination time when I came on board. So my watch is not wrong. It matches the schedule. But the movie is still late. Very, very late.
Your pocket watch. I'd like to ask you a little more about that, if that's all right. So this movie you mentioned, is it the one listed in the Sky magazine?
Yes. I was so looking forward to watching License to Love, Laugh, Maim, and Murder.
Miss De Niro, was this movie shown on this flight?
Yes, it was shown at the scheduled time.
Isn't it possible you simply slept through it by accident?
Nonsense, you doubt me?
No, now stop pointing at me like that. Odd, how did he miss a movie that he was clearly hoping to see?
I checked my pocket watch a great number of times, that much I know for sure. There's your problem.
Movies are shown based off departure time zone, not destination. Mr. LeBlanc, you just said this right now in your testimony. Now, if your watch has been set to our destination's time zone, it would mean that your watch is displaying the time of our destination.
Yes, and the correct time is worth 6 cents.
I would like you to take a look at this. If you believe the Sky magazine, clocks on this flight run in accordance with the time of our departure time zone. Of course, the movie schedule was also created with that in mind. Miss De Niro, for confirmation's sake, what time zone is this flight aligned to right now?
Well, we made a short stop at a transfer point.
That's right, it was in that small Asian country, the Republic of Zhengfa.
We didn't readjust our onboard clocks at that time. So right now we're still running on Borgian time. What?
The time difference between Borgian time and our destination is 9 hours. In that case, it's only natural that your watch would be out of sync with the schedule.
What?
Further, with your analog watch set to our destination's time, it would appear to be running 3 hours fast when compared to the flight's onboard clocks. It also changes everything about your testimony. And you can bet 1,000,000 cents on that. In light of this information, that means you saw Mr. Hicks 3 hours prior at 3 a.m.
My
1,000,000 cents.
This should clear up all the remaining accusations.
So this basically winds the time frame for the death, right?
Yes, because Mr. LeBlanc saw the victim enter the elevator at 3 a.m. It means that the time of the death can be anywhere from 3 to 6:15. The question now is, where was Mr. Hicks during that span of time, and what was he doing?
I've got something to say.
And you are...
Yeah, I'm Cammy Maley. I'm a flight attendant. Chamomile. Okay. My brain saw Cammy, and with the hat especially went, "You're not a Street Fighter character."
And what is it you wish to say?
Well, I think your story's a little different from how I remember it. What do you mean, Cammy? I saw Mr. Hicks sitting in a seat at 5 a.m., you know?
What? How can you be so sure of the time?
Well, that's right. He pushed his call button when we were parked at the transfer point.
Ah, the stop we made for refueling and the cargo transfer in Jingfa, correct?
Yes, it was from 4 to 5 a.m. according to our clocks.
And during that time, did any of the passengers leave, or did any new ones board this flight?
No. Not a single person got off or on in Jingfa.
What about the flight crew?
The few who were handling the cargo transfer might have temporarily gotten on or off, but eventually everyone, including Cammy and myself, came back on the plane.
So basically, I can assume that no one left or got on since our initial takeoff. Interesting. I should keep that in mind.
Yeah, and I answered his call. I can tell you Mr. Abkey Hicks was there in his seat when we took off again at 5 a.m.
So that means we have a death hour. Alright, so then that puts the time of the murder between 5 and 6:15 a.m.
Okay, now what time did you come down to the lounge, Mr. Edgeworth?
I remember coming down here almost as soon as we left the Republic of Jingfa.
Ah! You were here the whole time from 5, yes? Then you were the only one who could be the killer. Mr. Edgeworth, were you really here in this lounge the entire time from 5 a.m. onwards?
Unfortunately, yes.
But then how do we explain the footprints? Is that not obvious? This man waited for Mr. Hicks here in the lounge, waited to kill him. And then he put the corpse in the elevator. That is when the turbulence happened. My eyewitness testimony may have been mistaken, but that time I saw Mr. Hicks into the elevator to the second floor does not matter. Because the entire incident concluded here in this lounge.
Everything happened in this lounge? Is that what you really believe, Mr. LeBlanc?
What? Do you have another idea?
I simply feel there's something out of place in the scenario presented. The footprints, because that could indicate the lounge. These footprints, in which direction do you think these are headed?
That would be the in-flight shop.
Correct. They are headed in the direction of the shop.
But they look disconnected. They may end all of a sudden.
You are right to point out that they do not form one continuous trail to the shop.
However, there is another piece of evidence that connects the shop to our crime scene. Besides the footprints, what else points to the in-flight shop? That's the bank.
The murder weapon, this little piggy bank, is sold in the in-flight shop.
It is sold there and only there. It is not displayed here in the lounge.
Now then, how then did it find its way here? Don't you find that a teeny bit suspicious?
Such a trivial point. It only means you prepared it, taking it from the shop here before coming here. Doesn't prove you're innocent at all.
Is there no way to win with this man?
If I may. What is it? You see, well, it's just as Mr. Edgeworth says. Oh, and why do you know this so well? Well, it's just that the piggy bank was there in the shop. I saw it with my own eyes.
And when was this?
It was maybe around 5:40 a.m.
Isn't that just before we hit that patch of turbulence?
That's right. You were in the shop just before the turbulence? Yes, I was.
Come to think of it. Mr. Nero, when I found the body, I believe you came out of that door?
Yes, I did.
And what is beyond that door?
That's the flight attendant's room.
Then you were on the first floor.
Yes. I had to do something at the shop in the flight attendant's room. So went to the shop first and then to the flight attendant's room.
Are you saying you passed by me at some point?
Yes, you seemed really into the issue of the Sky magazine you were reading at the time. I don't suppose you noticed me walking by.
I vaguely recall someone walking by, but I didn't take notice of who it was.
Anyway, the piggy bank was definitely there at the shop when I went there. Why'd you go to the shop in the first place? I went there for a work-related matter. Work, you say? Yes, the upkeep of the shop is also one of my responsibilities. Why did you not say anything about that until now is what I want to know.
God, this guy's a dick. In any case, I believe that's clear the shop needs to be investigated as well.
Shall we head over there then?
What is it now?
Aren't you forgetting something, Miss Rhoda? Don't you need the captain's permission to check the shop? No, I haven't forgotten. But I've already asked him for permission to search the entire plane. So I think we're all right. Huh? That's weird.
What is?
Well, I just talked to the captain, see? And he said that he didn't give you permission to do anything like that at all.
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Nero?
It means she's lying. Go on, admit that you are. You said you have permission to search all over, but you don't, and yet here you are. You, flight attendant, what are you trying to do? Pull the sheep over us? The captain's calling for you, Miss Rhoda. Oh, but don't worry. I already got permission to search the shop from the captain. See, unlike you, I do things the right way.
God. Everyone here is an asshole except for Tenero at this point. Miss Tenero, why would you do such a thing?
Please excuse me. Looks like I get to be in charge now. Please go back to your seat, Mr. LeBlanc. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth. If you would follow me, I'll be your guide from now on.
There's something about Miss Tenero that has piqued my curiosity. But right now, investigating the in-flight shop is my top priority. Whoa, my frame rate might be dying based off what I'm seeing on stream. Or not. Huh. Maybe internet just has problems from time to time. Well, this place is just an outright mess. So this is the in-flight shop. It's quite a mess in here.
You think?
Guess I'll have to clean things up then. Teehee. Hold on, you can't clean up as a potential crime scene.
Oh, thank goodness I hate cleaning so much.
I mustn't rush things here. I must remain cool, calm, and collected, as well as knee my mic. Because this piggy bank was left at the crime scene. There's a very good chance the killer had paid this place a visit. The glass from this display case's store is shattered all over the floor. And it looks like there's nothing on display inside either. Wait, actually, I think there is something. What's this? A mini captain's hat? What are these?
Oh, those are our company's completely original line of suitcases. They're practically flying out the door. That's how popular they are. You should buy one and see how you like it. You won't regret it.
Perhaps that's how things work on this flight, but in real world you try, then buy.
No way. But either way, it doesn't really matter.
True. Either way, why would anyone want us to buy a suitcase after they boarded a plane?
Anyway, see that? Just look at the Mr. iFly heads pointed all over him. Isn't he cute? Cute company mascot, isn't he? They're painted on with a lot of care. Doesn't he look like he's about to jump out at you?
It is certainly making something jump inside my stomach.
Huh? Oh, I guess there's no fooling your refined tastes. You looked like you really wanted to get one. And I thought I was going to finally make my first sale, but you saw right through it. Glad that's done, though. Never make me try to give you a sales pitch ever again, okay?
but I never showed any interest in it to begin with.
It really is pretty horrible, isn't it? You want to know something? This suitcase was designed by Miss Rhoda.
Miss Tenero designed these?
Yeah, it was a company-wide contest.
Well, it does have a very sharp design sense.
Sharp, like stinky sharp cheddar, maybe. I really have no idea why the bigwigs decided to go with it. It's so blech.
Miss Tenero designed this, did she? Definitely not what I would have expected. Ah!
You okay?
I'm fine. Please watch yourself, Miss Meal. I think a suitcase really roll around has got to be a safety violation. Here, I'll put it back.
Here, I'll put it back.
Stuffed toy, just like the one Miss Meal is holding, not on display here. They're relatively cheap, which explains why this displayed so haphazardly.
Not bad, Mr. Edgeworth. You know you want one too. They're great from when you're stressed.
Why do I envision stuffed animal abuse when she says that? Either way, I think I can at least make one tiny guess. I'm gonna guess that the hats are supposed to go on the banks. The hat probably used to be on the piggy bank's head. Let's give it a go and see. I believe this piggy bank was forcibly removed from this display case. Does this mean that the killer broke the glass to get at it?
Eh? Really?
Don't tell me you don't know what things go where in this shop.
Well, I don't. Miss Rhoda's in charge of the place. So come on, how should I know anything?
I sense that further inspection of this display case is needed. I won't rest until I inspect every single
Shash refresh.
iFly Airlines related books lines on the shelf. History of iFly Airlines, the future, the 7 wonders of iFly, Python, iFly Airlines, working name, Go-You Airlines, iFly ing. The titles make it very clear they won't be making the top sellers list anytime soon. What the fuck is this thing? Is this the same man as the one portrayed in the statues around the elevator?
Yeah, it's paperwork weight of the founder of iFly Airlines, Mr. Hugo iFly. On the bottom shelf, you have the cute one. The middle shelf is the realistic one.
And on the top shelf?
That's the floral version.
Floral? Are you sure about that? Let me guess, you just said the first thing that came to your mind, right? Looks like I hit the bullseye. The glass on this door is broken. Perhaps it was the killer who broke it in order to take the piggy bank? It's been odd the inside of the case is so devoid of glass shards. Plus, the glass broke rather cleanly.
Ah!
What is it?
I touched the glass and cut my finger. It hurts, Mr. Edgeworth. It hurts.
Please tell me you can deal with such a minor cut on your own. Wait, Edgeworth, I have a fucking actual fast forward button now?
Fucking took 'em 4 games? Technically 5, I think. I think Apollo Justice was released first.
For security, there's a lock on this display case. Miss Meal, if I may ask about this lock?
The one who's in charge of the shop is Miss Rhoda, so she's got the keys to all the display cases.
I see.
I bet you want to buy something. Do you want me to go get the key from her?
No, that's all right. The only, if there is a problem here, it's... Actually, wait, what am I looking for? Let's check logic first.
Let's try talking with Meal herself. I don't know much about this shop, but you can still ask me about whatever.
So what do you think about what has happened regarding this case?
I don't know. I guess you're the killer. I think you're the killer, though, Mr. Edgeworth.
I can assure you that I'm here in the shop to prove just the opposite.
Yeah, but it was me that got you the permission to look around. You know? So don't forget that, okay?
How am I supposed to thank you properly if you insist on falling asleep?
Well, you know what really show your thanks. You see that item for sale over there?
Sorry, but you're going to have to make do with my words of appreciation.
I cut my finger on those bad pieces of glass.
Don't blame the glass for something you did to yourself. Just be more careful.
Same to you. You're the one walking all over broken glass. You sure you're okay?
I'm fine. Any glass I walk on, I crush. Like this!
That's nice. Please be careful around the display case around. Okay? We want you to get hurt.
Compared to the grass around my feet, the inside in the case is nothing to be afraid of. After all, no glass fragments appear to have ended up inside.
Then I guess even you can tidy up the case, right?
Perish the thought. Actually, wait a minute. I'm being stupid. This contradicts the piggy bank's very existence in this case. Because why would anyone break in to get it if the glass is on the outside? There's definitively something wrong, very unusual about this.
About what?
If the killer had broken the glass to get at the Mr. iFly bank, there should be shards of glass inside the case itself.
Ah, I see. Yeah, I guess it'd be like that.
However, there's not a single piece of glass inside the display case.
Nope, no, there isn't.
Which means that the glass was broken from the inside out. The piggy bank must have fallen over from the turbulence and right through the glass.
Yeah, that's for sure. There's so much glass all over the floor.
I'm willing to bet that this hat was knocked off his head at that time, too.
Eh? That's nice.
Which leads me to believe that the killer took the Mr. iFly from here after the turbulence. Take your power naps on your own time, Miss Meal. Listen when I'm talking.
Ah,
But the murder occurred before the turbulence, which rules this piggy bank out as the murder weapon.
so you mean the bank's not the real murder weapon? It's a fake?
Yes, at that point. That is a very real possibility.
But what if when the killer went to take Mr. iFly, they broke the glass by accident?
The display case is locked, so that's highly unlikely.
Yeah, but there's one person who could have.
No, and who would that be?
Miss Rhoda, of course. I mean, she's the one in charge of this place, so she has the keys to everything.
Miss Rhoda Tenero, huh? Or, actually, I wonder, will this connect at all? Yes. Yes, there's definitively something wrong here.
What's with the son yelling?
Tell me, Miss Meal, don't you think there's something strange about these suitcases?
Oh, well, sure, they're totally used strange, like the color and the such.
That's not what I'm talking about. Now pay attention.
Ah, you're scaring me, Mr. Edgeworth.
Sorry. The suitcases are lined up a bit too prim and proper.
Yeah, they look a bit uptight, don't they? And I guess they take after the creator.
Again, that's not what I meant, Miss Meal. Don't you find it unusual that these cases are the only things undisturbed by the turbulence? Never mind, I'd sooner find an answer by inspecting these suitcases myself. Upon closer inspection, they really are quite hideous.
I wonder how Miss Rhoda would have reacted if she heard you say that. What's wrong?
She makes a good point. It would be wise of me to watch what I say out loud. What's this? I've spotted something that's not quite right.
What is so unusual about these suitcases? Oh. This has little stoppers. To prevent them from moving forward. But this one doesn't.
Take that!
There's something very peculiar about these wheels.
Huh? As in?
As in, there are no stoppers in the place of these. Without stoppers, one would think the turbulence would have sent it flying. And so it is very likely the suitcase was placed here after we hit that turbulence. Let's take a closer look at it, shall we?
Oh my god, that's the fucking meme. It's the meme animal.
Would appear to be unlocked. Let's take a look at what's inside. A piece of cloth? And it's soaked with blood.
Ah, it's blood.
It appears that this suitcase is very strongly tied to a murder after all.
So explain this to me. What does this suitcase have to do with the murder?
I believe it's pretty safe to say the killer used the suitcase in some manner. Just to move something, perhaps?
But aren't you just talking about the cloth then?
That alone is too small. A larger item would be needed to move what I'm thinking of. The thing I believe the killer used the suitcase to transport is... oh my god, the body. Something that would fit inside a suitcase that is also covered in blood. Sounds like a dead body, doesn't it?
But...
In light of this, I'd say that Mr. Hicks was moved into the elevators from someplace else, which means that the murder was committed in an entirely different location.
So you're saying that after moving the body into the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase in here and just left it?
Exactly. What is it?
Nothing. Just that... I was thinking about what Miss Rhoda said about coming here for something. Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth. I wanted to give you a bit more time, but I'm afraid I wasn't able to convince the captain. I'm very sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but the captain feels that he has allowed you ample time. He says that he'd appreciate it if you could wrap it up here and return to your seat.
I understand his sentiments. However, if I'm not allowed to complete my investigation, the crime scene may become contaminated by the time we land. I must stop. If I must stop, then I insist I be allowed to oversee the preservation of the two sites. Under your supervision, of course.
If that's your only condition, then I believe we can accommodate your wishes. I'm here to assist you in any way I can, Mr. Edgeworth. Sounds like fun. We can camp out and watch over everything together.
I found proof that the real crime scene was not in the lounge. And I have enough evidence to prove myself to be innocent of any wrongdoing. And yet, regarding what Miss Meal reminded me about tomorrow, Miss Tenero, I can't allow my investigation to end here. The truth must come to light. Alright. I know that once we had landed, I'm supposed to let the local police take over, and thanks to Miss Tenero and Miss Meal, I was able to preserve the crime scene. But I just can't shake it. I wasn't able to talk with Miss Tenero in private. And so I'm left wondering just what was she up to? Why did she do what she did? There must be a way for me to continue my investigation.
I've been expecting you, Miles Edgeworth.
Franziska! Yeah! Franziska? I thought you were still in Germany.
I go where I am needed. And whenever there are criminals to be caught.
Her name is Franziska von Karma, the daughter of my mentor, Manfred von Karma. She, like myself, is a prosecutor. Are you heading up this case? It would be a bit of a relief if you are...
Don't you try to flatter me, Miles Edgeworth. I'm placing you under arrest.
What?
It's quite frustrating, actually. I had hoped to exact my revenge on you in a different venue. But I'll have to take what I can get. I never thought I'd see the day when a disciple of the House von Karma would become a criminal. Have you no shame?
Wait, it's all been a big misunderstanding. I didn't kill the victim.
A misunderstanding? I heard about the murder of the police radio from the captain himself. He waited for the victim on the first floor and then beat him to death.
Franziska, do you honestly believe that I killed a man?
I suppose I should reserve judgment until after I've investigated this for myself. I can put you under arrest on hold until then.
That's as it should be.
Ha! I don't need a lecture on how to perform my duties from you of all people. To be perfect in every way, that fulfillment of that creed alone is all I strive for.
Well, I have my own creed which I must fulfill, so why don't we solve this together?
I have to get going. The crime scene awaits. Don't you dare leave town.
Trust me, I had no intention to.
Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir.
Too slow.
Oh.
Listen up. I'm leaving you in charge of watching this man. Don't mess up, understand?
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm supposed to guard him?
A simple yes or no, detective.
Yes, sir. Understood, sir. You just leave it to me.
Miles Edgeworth. If you interfere with my investigation, I'll arrest you on the spot. Are we clear? Now then, if you'll excuse me.
Good to see you again, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Boy, am I glad to see you're okay. Thank you, detective. I believe in you, sir. You can lean on me. I'll get you through this.
I'll have to admit I'm a bit curious as to what Franziska is up to.
Maybe I should ask the good detective. Very well, in that case I have a few questions for you.
First, I want to see what everyone else is talking about.
Lunchland. Not bad. Guess it's gotten big enough to warrant its own branch shops.
What should I go with? I recommend our airport special, World Flags lunchboxes, only available for a limited time. We have a variety of lunchboxes made out to look like different countries' flags.
I wonder if they're aiming to take Lunchland at the international market.
Wait, that's, what the fuck was her name? Angel, I think? In Case 5 of the first game?
That's, her place. This man was in first class with me. He's quite shaken by the whole affair.
I did it. I made the whole flight. I'm not scared of turbulence anymore.
He must have been pretty scared. He's repeating the same thing over and over to himself. This child seems to be happily enjoying the sight of many planes.
Wow, I'd love to take a round down that runway.
Oh, the youth of today. So much potential, yet so misguided. Looking from behind, I think I've seen this man somewhere before.
Oh my god, it's salmonella.
Nom 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 nom. In Soviet Russia, World Flag lunchboxes eat Jew.
How the fuck do you make that sound?
Found it, lol. I feel a wave of creative powers coming on. It's over 9,000, lols. For my next elite movie, it's gonna be the Steel Samurai, warrior of old Tokyo, versus the World Samurai, champion of Earth. It's gonna rock soar so many box sores.
So the Steel Samurai is finally getting a movie.
Why is that motherfucker back? Even if it's just a cameo.
So how is the initial investigation going? We just shipped the body off to the coroner's office. And we're taking statements now, sir. That sounds like Franziska. She was always good at quick responses to a case. I'd say she was a little too quick, sir. Oh? How so? I rushed on over as soon as I got word of the affair, sir. But somehow when I got there, Miss Von Karma was already out here barking orders out at everyone. It was kind of creepy, as if she knew there'd be a murder or something. And come in advance to wait your flight's arrival. That is sort of odd. She did show up rather quickly and out of the blue. Plus, I still don't know why she's here in America. There must be some backstory to all of this. Miss Von Karma just kind of popped up at the prosecutor's office about a week ago, sir. Something about chasing down leads related to a certain incident. No details? It's kind of top secret, so she can't talk about it, even with me, sir. Knowing her, the only type of talking she likes to do is with her whip.
Plus, I doubt the top secret part was what stopped her from talking to you, detective. Although I wonder if her case has anything to do with mine.
Anyway, that's about all the info I have, sir. But you can find out more as we investigate.
Yes, it's high time to resume my investigation. Starting with talking to the people involved, in this case, afresh.
I'd be pretty scared too if I got caught in a murder investigation, sir.
Oh, the only reason I can't fast forward this is because now that Gumshoe's my partner, he has comments. This life vest is proof I made it alive. It's not my prized possession. How could you just take that from the plane?
It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. It's got nothing to do with the murder, at least.
You don't know that. So you must be the captain.
Why, yes I am. And who might you be?
I'm the prodigy prosecutor, Franziska von Karma, and I have a few questions for you. Ah, don't you dare, Captain. Getting friendly with another woman. I'll never forgive you if you do.
What are you talking about, Ali? Have you eyes for you, my dear Cammy? I wouldn't bet money on our dear captain to be much of a reputable person. Sure you don't want to ask the questions some captain...
The question some captain, sir? Why not?
He was in the cockpit the entire time. I highly doubt he would know anything of use. Anyway, I'd like to leave that type of witness to Francisca and her whip. Ah!
Now see here.
Ah! Sorry. I'm sorry.
How long do you intend to hold me? It is impossible for me to be the criminal, I told you.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Oh, it's you. Tell this man to stop stopping me from going. Time is money. I don't have even 1 second of wasteful time to spend.
Sir, you can't go in there. I'm Miles Edgeworth. I'm one of the prosecutors on this case, so please let me through. I'm very sorry, sir. No one's allowed to enter without Miss Von Karma's express permission. But I'm on the case. Yes, I understand that, but I also have explicit instructions not to let you through from Miss Von Karma. Why would you do this to me, Francisca? Did you finish taking a statement yet? Yep, all done, sir.
I do not concern if you're not going down examining cargo hold. I want my cargo back. If you make a single scratch on my art, you will pay.
Huh? What's wrong, man? Pardon me, I'm eating a Cheeto.
Mr. LeBlanc's an art dealer, so he's got a bunch of artwork down in the cargo hold, sir. There's practically a mountain of them, large and small.
From folk costumes to stone statues, I sell all kinds of arts.
Old costumes. Speaking of which, Mr. LeBlanc's hat kind of looks like that other piece of cloth. In that case, I should present it. Mr. LeBlanc, can you please take a look at this with me?
Oh, it's a Borgian cloth.
As I suspected, your hat is made of the same material, I suppose.
Yes, of course. This fabric is so famous, orders come in from overseas for more.
Then this is the cargo you were talking about earlier?
No. My cargo this time is many gigantic. Yo, detective, when can I have my cargo moved?
You can get your cargo back. We're done investigating, pal.
The stubbornness of you, please, it is no good. It is no good that attendant refuses to exit attendant's room too.
That attendant? What if he's talking about Mr. Nero? What did you mean by that attendant, Mr. LeBlanc?
She was taken into attendance room for an interview, and then they had not come out. They had made no sign of coming out either. I was finished with my own interview much earlier, much quicker than her.
Why is Mr. Nero's interview the only one that's taking up so much time?
Miles Edgeworth, you were given free rein to examine the plane, weren't you?
Yes, I was able to obtain the cooperation of the flight attendants. Speaking of attendants, I'd like to speak with Miss Tenero. I wonder if you might grant me permission to enter the flight attendant's room.
Before I do, you still have to clear up a few issues surrounding your own circumstances.
I understand.
You may have tricked those attendants with your sophisticated talking, but you can't pull the wool over my eyes, Miles Edgeworth. Let's not complicate things and go with the most obvious conclusion. The scene of the crime was here in this very lounge the body was discovered. From the time the victim was seen calling for an attendant until his body was found, the only person in this lounge the entire time was you, Miles Edgeworth. This unmistakably makes you the likeliest suspect.
The likeliest suspect, Francisca.
Do you have a problem with that?
No, but it's not like you to use such vague wording. You're usually a bit more absolute.
I'm simply trying to watch out for you. Or is my kindness too hard for you to comprehend?
Thank you, but your leniency is unnecessary, for I will prove my innocence soon enough. If I want to continue my investigation, I'll have to break her line of logic fast.
Okay. We already know that this isn't the crime scene. So I guess in that case... The suitcase? Yes!
It would appear that you did not have all the information you needed after all.
And what does that mean?
I found a nice piece of evidence just before I was forced to stop investigating. A piece that proves the body was moved from a different location. The killer used this suitcase to move the victim's body, meaning that the real scene of the crime is not this lounge at all.
Now who's the one rationally jumped to conclusions?
Excuse me?
All you did was find this piece of cloth inside the suitcase. That doesn't prove that the body was moved. It could be that the killer simply chose the suitcase as a good place to hide the cloth.
I expected you would come up to that conclusion. It would seem I can't escape that easily.
You should know better than that. A Bon Karma is perfect in every way.
Except winner record. Oh, but did you know that the killer definitely wheeled that suitcase around at some point?
That is if there's proof of that.
Where's the proof that the suitcase was moved around?
Oh, yep. There's wheel tracks on that. They spilled the grape juice in front of the elevator?
Yes, I'd like to draw your attention to this area here. This mark here, wouldn't you say it looks suspiciously like tracks from two wheels?
I suppose.
Further, there's also grape juice residue on the wheels from the suitcase. This means that the suitcase containing the victim's body definitely passed through here.
I suppose this means that the killer did move the victim's body from somewhere else.
I'm glad you've come to your senses.
Not so fast. This doesn't prove it to put you in the clear. Not by a long shot. You prepared yourself and acquired the piggy bank before you hit before the plane hit that turbulence. And then you waited for the victim in the lounge where you beat him to death. Then, while you were in the elevator with the victim's body stuffed into the suitcase, the plane hit that patch of turbulence and out flew the body from within the suitcase. With no way out, you hastily put the suitcase back where you had taken it from, and you pretended to be the discoverer of the body.
Not a bad bit of logic for something you thought of on the fly.
Just what are you insinuating?
That I'll show you exactly how flawed your logic is. No matter how strong of a face you put on, not even you can hide your feels from me. I'll expose the flaws in your logic in one fell swoop. It's this first bit here.
Question is, which would it be? It would probably just be the piggy bank itself.
The fact that you took this piece of evidence into account in your testimony is to be commended. Your legal prowess is certainly something to be feared.
Evidence and logic. Essential tools to those who would stand in a courtroom must learn to master. Unless your name is Mr. Phoenix Wright, in which case, what the bumbling fuck?
But what if there was a fake piece of evidence thrown into the mix?
A fake?
This is Mr. iFly Piggy Bank is just such a fake. It is not the real murder weapon.
What?
The timing of when the bank was taken from the shop is important, and it was taken after the turbulence had occurred.
But then, what about the blood on the bank? What do you make of that?
I assume it was added after the murder when the killer fabricated this weapon. Looking at it this way, the killer basically did three things after the turbulence. After exiting the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase to the shop and left it there. Then the killer proceeded to pick the bank up from off the floor and took it to fabricate a murder weapon by hitting the victim on the head. Finally, the victim's wallet was planted upon my personage, in my pocket to be precise. Everything was done so that I would be framed for the murder of Mr. Abke Hicks.
You there!
Yes, ma'am.
Other than this piggy bank, was anything else resembling a murder weapon found?
We didn't find anything in this lounge or the shop that could be used as one, ma'am. Most of the items that could have been used were broken during the turbulence. And the remaining items all tested negative for any trace of blood.
I see. Well, Miles Edgeworth, it appears your stall tactics are at an end.
But it's possible there was just hidden somewhere, sir.
If
the criminal had wanted to hide the weapon in a safer place, I'd think the weapon would have been hidden in the same place as the bloody cloth.
Exactly what I was thinking. Because the cloth was hidden inside that suitcase, it signals to me the killer had not prepared a more secure place to hide the evidence. Which means the real murder weapon is either still in the murderer's personage, or is still at the real crime scene.
There's one more possibility,
And that would be?
that the piggy bank is in fact the real weapon.
But didn't we just...
Let me finish. The killer took the bank out of the display case before the turbulence by opening the lock on the display case door. And it was at that time that the glass pane of the door was broken. I'd say that's a perfectly reasonable line of reasoning, wouldn't you? Let's see, so that means the killer had the key to the display case.
Franziska, the person you're talking about.
Not so fast, I'm not finished. The person I'm talking about has committed another sin. She tricked the captain and granted you permission to conduct your investigation. Yes, it is the sin of lying.
Ugh.
Speaking of which, I recall that you also wish to speak with her.
Yes.
Very well, permission granted, but only if I can sit in on your interrogation. Do we understand each other?
I have no intention of interrogating her, but you are welcome to accompany me if you so wish.
Miss Tenero is in the flight attendant's room. Let's move.
No, I want Franziska as my partner. She's cooler than Gumshoe. I like Gumshoe a lot, but Franziska's Franziska.
So you're the one that poked around inside this plane without the that poked around inside this plane without the captain's permission. Deviating from the flight attendant's manual is very unbecoming, you know. What were you hoping to accomplish by doing that?
Mr. Nero,
Mr. Edgeworth, you're here too?
can you please help us and shed some light on why you did what you did?
All right.
Why did you lie about receiving the captain's permission like that?
Because I didn't think I would be able to get his permission.
What do you mean?
The captain, he only has ears for Cammy. I spoke with the captain a little earlier myself. He definitely seems to be a rather taken with Miss Meal. Yes, and on top of that, I had mistakenly accused Mr. Edgeworth of being the killer. I wanted to make amends.
In that case, please allow me to thank you for what you did. Thanks to you, I was able to clear myself of all charges.
Really? You were able to prove your innocence? Oh, thank goodness. Miss Tenero, is it? There's one more thing I'd like to ask you. You were in the in-flight shop just before the turbulence, weren't you? Please answer honestly. Yes, I was. And why were you there? Well,
Why the sudden hesitation? Franziska seems to have struck a nerve.
All I did was go check up on the shop like I always do. You're saying it was for work, then? Yes, I'm in charge of the shop, so I had to keep an eye on it. I don't have any reason to go there otherwise. After your visit to the shop, you paid a visit to this room, correct? Yes, I came back to freshen up and adjust my makeup. I'm sorry, but there isn't much else to tell.
Mr. Nero claims to have no reason other than duty to go to the shop. But is that all there is to it? Maybe I should ask her about that thing. Suitcases? If you could please take a look at this for me, Mr. Nero.
Oh, that suitcase.
Yes, about this suitcase. You are the one who designed it, correct? And I think I figured something else out about it. This suitcase is the reason you went to the shop, isn't it?
There's nothing you won't find out eventually, is there?
Why don't you please tell me more about this suitcase? Look at my smile. Can anyone say no to this?
Yes, well, I was interested in seeing how the suitcases I had designed were selling. I know that as a service professional I'm not supposed to care, but I really wanted to know. And I was glad to see that it was the last one there.
Wait, what? The last one there? So you're saying, Mr. Nero, that the suitcase in question was the last one?
Yes, they're just so popular they're practically flying off the shelves.
That's not exactly the impression I got.
The one in the shop is most definitely the last one.
Well, we're currently looking at that suitcase.
Really? I guess we sold all of them. Thank you very much for the taking, the last one.
I didn't say anything about buying it.
Then say you'll buy it.
I'm sorry, I can't.
But why? I think it'd go great with your complexion, Mr. Edgeworth. It really suits you. I guarantee you personally as a service professional.
Well, that is... How should I put this? It's hideous.
What?
Maybe that was a bit too direct. You don't fucking say. Moving on, my issue is the suitcase isn't designed, but the number of them remaining.
Remaining?
There were 2 suitcases in the in-flight shop when I investigated it.
2? But that's impossible. I'm sure there was only 1. Looks like her story has generated quite the contradiction. When I left the shop, I'm positive there was only 1 suitcase left.
Something is amiss here. What could be the meaning of this inconsistency? By the way, Mr. Nero, what is one of those suitcases doing here?
That's...
I thought you said there was only 1 left.
That one is, it's mine. I've used it for a very long time now.
She's used it for a long time? I think not. Mr. Nero, I appreciate if you wouldn't lie to me.
Excuse me?
I don't believe for even 1 second that you've used this for a very long time. What proves that this hasn't been used for nearly as long as Mr. Nero says.
Is that a motherfucking price tag?
Tell me, Mr. Nero, is it also your habit to keep the price tag pristine on your suitcase?
What is the meaning of this? Why would you lie about a suitcase?
Despite having faith in her design sense, the sales numbers made her cry bitter tears. The truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. Mr. Nero, I think I understand. I know that you were trying to hide. I know what you were trying to hide. Now then, the suitcase was originally in the in-flight shop. Seeing as how the price tag is still in the suitcase, one can only assume it was out on the floor and for sale in the shop. And the person who bought the suitcase was... yourself. It was you, wasn't it, Mr. Nero? I hate to say this, but the suitcase that you designed... it hasn't sold very well, has it? You saw how poorly this design that you poured your heart into was selling, and were deeply hurt. That's why you wanted to make it look like it was selling by buying it yourself. Isn't that right?
Then the reason you went to the shop and came back here was... I'm sorry. All I really have is my job. I was overjoyed when my design was chosen. I thought that maybe I'd finally accomplished something?
But the suitcases didn't sell.
It's because of the design, isn't it? All because it's, as you put it, hideous.
I can't say they chose a great place in which to sell them either.
We weren't selling a single one. They were just sitting there, collecting dust. I felt so bad seeing them in there day in and day out. So I decided to buy one for every flight I worked.
You buy one every single time you work a flight?
I see. So in order to keep your resolution, you went and bought one today as well. Yes, and here's my receipt for that purchase.
This receipt is clearly timestamped to 540.
The truth is, there's still a bunch of them left unsold. They're planning to scrap the remaining ones at the end of this flight.
Mr. Nero, what are these other suitcases?
They should all be down in the cargo hold. Then the suitcase the killer used
could very well have come from the cargo hold.
Mr. Edgeworth, you don't think that the killer used one of my suitcases to...
Yes, I do. The killer used one of your beloved suitcases to move the victim's body.
How could they? Those suitcases were meant to be faithful partners to our passengers on their trips. That's all I ever wished them to be. Also, I'm very late noticing you only have 120 shinies. Bun, I have like 7. What the fuck?
Mr. Nero, is there any other way to get into the cargo hold than through the elevator?
The only other way is just through that door there.
And what about security?
That door has no special lock installed because just to enter this room, you need a special key card that only crew members can have access to.
Which means that the culprit is someone who can enter this room, eliminating the passengers and leaving only crew members as potential suspects.
I can't believe it.
Yes, Franziska?
Going on these wild goose chases, you're a disgrace to the Von Karma name.
And what do you mean by that?
The suitcase came from the cargo hold. That fact alone tells the whole story.
Yes, which is why I said the culprit must be a crew member who used the key card.
Miles Edgeworth, you're proposing the killer rode the elevator from the cargo hold, correct?
Yes, that's the only realistic possibility.
That other attendant, Miss Meal, I asked her earlier and she had this to say.
Franziska got information out of Miss Meal?
In order to make the elevator go down to the cargo hold, a different key card is required.
A different one?
Yes, and the person who has that particular card is you, Miss Rhoda Tenero, and only you.
What? Is this true, Miss Tenero?
Yes, I keep that key card in my locker at all times.
Could you please show us that card right now?
Yeah, hold on.
It's not gonna be in there.
I don't believe it.
What's wrong?
The key card, it's gone. Ha ha ha, very clever. Pretending that your card was stolen when in fact you're just trying to hide it from us. You've really thought this through. Wait, it's not like that. You can tell us all about what it's like down at the station. Officer, arrest this woman.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Edgeworth. What's wrong? There's a disbelief written all over your face.
Franziska, I know that you are lead investigator on this case. However,
Hold it. Don't even think about wasting any more of my time. You know the rules. You know the rules as well as I do. Evidence speaks louder than words. Even if this isn't a courtroom, that basic tenet still applies. I intend to investigate the cargo hold now. What will you do, Miles Edgeworth?
I intend to do likewise.
No, it's weird having Franziska not try to whip me every 3 seconds.
Alright, last Cheeto. Wow, so this is the cargo hold, huh?
It's so big!
This plane is a special model. It has both a super large cargo hold and an ultra luxurious first class seating.
So this is the real scene of the murder?
There's certainly a high probability of that, which is why we're here, correct? Okay, let's get investigating, sir. You arrived at the scene of the crime before Detective Gumshoe, correct? And then you immediately began to direct the investigation? It seems to me that you were already here at this airport for something besides this murder.
Yes, I was. I've been following a very large and involved governmental level of international crime, but it's much too large for one person to take on alone. So it was decided that I should form a joint investigation with Interpol.
Interpol's involved?
It's a top secret operation, so I really can't tell you any more than I already have.
Fair enough. Yeah, what's in the suitcase, pal? It's what the victim checked in, sir. So this suitcase belonged to Mr. Hicks. I don't think he'd mind if we took a closer look. There's nothing out of the ordinary here, sir. Wait, a file? Yeah, there's a photo of Miss Malkarma in it, sir. Looks like a profile on Franziska. Why would Mr. Hicks have a file on her? Let's see if we can connect these immediately. Maybe...
Oh god, was he an Interpol agent?
Now, why would Mr. Hicks have documents for profiling Franziska? Oh, I know. I bet he's a big fan of Miss Malkarma, sir. Franziska said that she had come to this airport as part of an Interpol investigation. Oh, maybe Mr. Hicks had heard she was coming here and he followed her. Detective, I think it's more likely that Mr. Hicks was in actuality Interpol Agent Hicks. I think Franziska has some explaining to do. You came to this airport to rendezvous with the victim, didn't you?
Nonsense. What are you talking about?
We found a profile detailing information about you in the victim's luggage. I suppose it was prepared for him so that he could recognize you when he landed. Which makes him not Mr. Hicks, but rather Interpol Agent Hicks. Isn't that correct?
I should have known you'd figure it out, Miles.
That's like one of the first times she's ever called someone by not full name.
But it looks like they got to him first.
So he really did come here to receive an Interpol agent then.
Yes. Agent Hicks was on the trail of a very large international smuggling ring. He went undercover to investigate this crime. And it was I who put him on the case. I was supposed to receive a call from him on his cell phone once he landed. I never expected to receive a call about his murder instead. Oh, man.
Holy suitcases, Mr. Edgeworth. It's like an all-you-can-use suitcase fair. These must be all the leftover ones they couldn't sell. The ones the company's planning to dispose of after this flight is over. This paint job's really cool, don't you think? It practically screams artsy. Oh, why not purchase one then? I'm sure it'll bring you much happiness. You think so? Then maybe I will. Let's see here. $1,200!
What the fuck?
No, I think I'll pass. And Mr. Nero wonders why they don't sell. You need 2 jobs just to buy one. Definitely looks like one is missing. What's this brittle substance I'm stepping on? It's a bunch of glass fragments?
If it's brittle glass, because glass is already pretty fragile as it is, but if it's very tiny, he barely noticed it. Maybe parts of the glasses? I think we can safely conclude that these fragments are from the pair of glasses.
And the victim was wearing a pair of broken glasses.
Exactly what I was thinking. I'm sure the shards would match up perfectly with the remnants of his glasses lenses. Ergo, the victim was here just as I suspected.
So you're saying that the real scene of the crime was here, sir?
Isn't that what I've been saying for a while now?
No, is it? I didn't know that.
Perhaps it's a bit early to draw that conclusion. However, I believe that the probability has just skyrocketed considerably. All that's left is to find the murder weapon. I think we now have pretty definitive evidence that Agent Hicks came down here to the cargo hold.
But what was he doing down here, sir? There's nothing but luggage. No, I get it. Maybe he forgot something in the suitcase and came down to get it. Ow!
Agent Hicks came here for a work-related reason. Of that, I'm sure.
Yes, I'm sure he was here to investigate the smuggling operation he was observing. Francisco, do you know exactly how he intended to pursue his investigation?
No, unfortunately, I was going to find out from him after he landed.
I see. But this raises another question. A normal passenger can't access the cargo hold on their own. Agent Hicks must have identified himself to a member of the crew and entered the cargo hold with that person who let him in. Yes, and then he was murdered here. These glass fragments in his broken glasses are a testament to that. And then the killer put Agent Hicks into one of the spare suitcases, and they entered the elevator. While they were riding it up, the plane hit that patch of turbulence. Because of the intense shaking, the suitcase popped open, and Agent Hicks' body flew out. At the same time, his wallet fell out of his pocket, spilling its contents everywhere. Which explains why there was money scattered all over the elevator floor. That was a pretty quick investigation.
I think it's pretty easy to say who the culprit is at this stage.
What? Really, sir?
I know what you're thinking, Miles Edgeworth. But the killer can be none other than Miss Rhoda Tenero. If it was a crew member, any of them could have shown Agent Hicks to the cargo hold. But the point to keep in mind is the key card that allows the elevator to come down here. The only person with such a high level access is Miss Rhoda Tenero. I'd say that's a pretty decisive piece of information, wouldn't you?
I know what she's trying to say, but I'm not as certain it's as simple as that. Don't you dab at me, Bun Bun. And by that I mean please dab. No direct flaws I could see, so pressing time. Here's the thing though, Francisca. Assuming it was stolen, that means anyone else could have come down here. But it's highly likely the keycard was stolen from Miss Tenero.
It's highly likely. Is that a possibility the best you can come up with? And you call yourself a disciple of my father?
Yes, well, while I don't have any evidence,
Be quiet, you're a disgrace. There's more evidence to pointing to Mr. Rhoda Tenero, you know. It's not just the keycard that gives her away.
Are you talking about the murder weapon, the Mr. I Fly Piggy Bank?
Yes, she's also the only person with a key to open that display case. Further, there's the matter of the key of the display case.
Well, here's the thing. Any evidence about the fucking blunt trauma that match up, assuming he died before the getting hit on the head with that, the autopsy will show that.
Hold it. Objection.
You got your forklift stuck in 6 inches of ice. Jesus Christ. Mood. Stop right there, Miles Edgeworth. You don't have any proof that this is just a red herring. If you must keep on insisting that it's a fake, then what is the real murder weapon and where did it go? Speechless, I see. That's not a surprise. After all, you know what, we've searched the entire cargo hold and came up empty-handed.
There must be a way. There must be something that can help me rule out the piggy bank as the murder weapon. What should be examined further to help us ascertain the authenticity of the weapon? The body. Franziska, I think you were too quick to jump to your conclusions.
Oh, was I?
Yes, we don't even have the autopsy results yet. How can I not say that you have made a snap judgment when you have yet to even see if the wound on Agent Hicks's head is consistent with the murder weapon?
Scruffy.
Yes, sir.
Contact the medical examiner's office at once. I wish to hear the results of Agent Hicks's autopsy.
Yes, sir. We've got a big problem, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. What is it, Detective? They're still doing the autopsy, but they said they've already known one thing for sure.
Report now.
Doc says it's one giant bruise from a beating from his shoulder down to his mid-back. From the victim's shoulder to his mid-back? He was beaten over such a wide area? Well, I'd say maybe it's a sign the killer had a grudge against Mr. Hicks. It wasn't just his head, the killer went all out and hit him multiple times, sir.
Scruffy, what is had a grudge against Agent Hicks supposed to mean?
Well, that's, Was the wound on the victim's head consistent with the murder weapon, Detective? No, well, they said they were still looking into that, sir.
You're completely useless.
Yeah. Sir, I told you already, you can't go down there.
No, you remove yourself from my way.
What is all that racket?
My luggage, my cargo, they're mine. I demand you return them to me.
We're still investigating the cargo hold. Please understand and have a little patience.
I suppose there's no choice.
Finally, I think he gave... Hey, what are you...
You've left me no choice but to use strong force.
Ah! You won't get past me. This is... Wait, that's it. So that's what this whole thing has been about.
Further, there's the matter of the key to the display case that held the murderous bank. After all, you know what, we've searched the entire cargo hold and came up empty-handed.
The cargo hold itself is the weapon.
That would be consistent with a fall.
Ow! I can't see a clear connection between these two pieces of information.
Oh no, I fucked up. Oh wait, maybe I'm just doing it in the wrong order.
Allegedly, the killer struck the victim many times over, which is why there's an extensive bruising over such a wide area. But is that really the correct conclusion to draw from the evidence? The bruise from his shoulder to the middle of his back is one continuous mark, which is more suggestive of a single blow to the back. If that's the case, then the piggy bank is much too small to have caused that. Therefore, the murder weapon must be something far bigger. If we're looking for a rather large weapon, you'd think it would stick out. But so far we haven't found anything that resembles a weapon of any sort. Perhaps, just perhaps, it's something we've all overlooked from the very beginning. Because normally, it's too impossibly big to be taken into in consideration. What was that all about? Was he trying to jump his way down here? Franziska!
What? What do you want?
I found it, Franziska. I found the real murder weapon.
You did?
He really jumped!
We didn't realize it up until now, but the answer's been right in front of us this whole time.
He might be hurt. We should go check up on him, sirs.
There's that pompous attitude of yours again. You should learn to drop that habit.
I don't think it was a good time, Bun Bun.
4 hours outside of 23. Jesus.
This is coming from a prosecutor with a habit of whipping everyone she comes across.
Anyway, if you're really a prosecutor, you'll back yourself up with evidence.
You two aren't listening at all, are you?
Come on then, show me this real murder weapon you speak of.
We don't have evidence to show. Because it's too big.
I don't have any evidence to show you.
Foolish reasoning for a foolish fool from a foolishly foolish fool meant to fool me. What do you mean by I don't have any evidence to show?
Perhaps I should have phrased it as that which has caused Agent's death is incorporeal. Forgive me, but I do believe I figured out what was the real cause of death.
Fall.
The victim fell from a great height and subsequently died as a result. In other words, the real cause of death is free falling to the ground. He
Fell to his death?
Yes, this is the only plausible possibility. The victim has extensive bruising on the back of his head and back. The only rational explanation for these injuries is that he fell to his death.
But the murder happened inside this plane.
I know.
Are you claiming that there's some place in this plane from which he could have fallen from?
As I said earlier, the answer has been right in front of us the entire time.
You can't mean...
Yes, I do. The victim fell from the top of the stairs of this very cargo hold. What? Then, we're in trouble. We don't have a second death. We may have a second death on our hands, sirs. Hey, you, tell me you aren't dead, pal.
Quiet, why are you screaming?
He's alive.
And there you have it, Miles Edgeworth. It's not possible that Agent Hicks fell from over the railing to his death. That man is living proof of that.
I suppose it's true that it's not possible, given the current circumstances.
The current circumstances? What is that supposed to mean?
Suppose that large piece of cargo wasn't there at the time. What would have happened then? Maybe it would have been a Borgian canned cake for sure, sir.
I suppose that man over there wouldn't still be breathing. But the reality is that cargo box is there. So there's no point trying to entertaining your wild hypothetical scenarios. The stop at Zhengfa.
It may be there now, but there's no proof that it always was.
Ha! As if there could have been a window of time when a giant box was not there.
Ah, but there was.
What?
Alright.
You were fueled to the Republic of Zhengfa?
Yes, this flight had a short layover in Zhengfa in order to refuel. But that wasn't the only reason for the layover. We also transferred some cargo. What if the box in question was only transferred onto the plane at that time? To further prove my point, let's take a look at what's next to the box in question. Oh, it's labeled Zhengfa Express. Correct, meaning it was loaded onto the plane in Zhengfa. Now, what if the box in question was also loaded on at the same time?
It would mean that the box was not here in the cargo hold during the Europe-Zhengfa leg of the flight.
Making a clear drop from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death entirely possible.
Ah, but your theory is still very far-fetched.
Then allow me a chance to prove how very likely my scenario is. The first order of business is to examine that piece of cargo in detail. This is a rather large piece of cargo. There's a tag on it, sir. Let's see. Ali Fred statue? Never heard of it.
Nor I've. All I care about is if we can prove it wasn't here at the time of the crime.
Let's get investigating, sir.
What is it now, LeBlanc?
Look here, do not go touching my possessions without my permission.
Ah, don't rush up on me like that, pal.
So this belongs to Mr. LeBlanc, does it? I should see what else I can find out from him.
Look here, do not go about touching my possessions without my permission.
I suppose I have to first appease Mr. LeBlanc if I want to examine this in more detail. I take it this large piece of cargo belongs to you, Mr. LeBlanc.
Of course it is mine. I shipped this very fine piece of art from Europe. This Ali Fred statue is worth 10 million cents. No, maybe much, much more.
Mr. LeBlanc's reasoning for choosing this plane must have been for the large cargo hold. 10 million cents? No, I suggest you stop trying to calculate how many packets of noodles that makes, Detective. Darn. How'd you do that? I feel like you keep getting better and better at seeing right through me every year.
Though I grow with each revolution of the planet around the sun, I have the distinct impression he continues to madly spin in place.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, so that 10 million cents, is that euros or dollars? Does it really make a difference to our case?
Isn't it only about $100,000, if my math is right?
Mr. LeBlanc, there's a chance that your cargo is related to our murder case. I was wondering if you would allow us to examine it a bit closer.
It is a very valuable piece of art, so no, there'll be no touching.
Alright, let's see. Because I can't. I don't think there's anything I can really.
Oh, wait, no, it's right in front of me.
You're part of the smuggling ring, aren't you? It's a fake. If Mr. LeBlanc has something to do with the smuggling ring, then it's possible this fake statue was brought on board in Jingfa. I think I need to question him a bit further. About your statue, Mr. LeBlanc. I wonder if it might be a fake.
What? How dare you say my art is fake?
I suspect that your statue might be the target of an international smuggling ring.
Don't say such fantastical things. Those thieves would not dare. I have the certification of my cargo right here. Do you mean the cargo certification document? Mr. Zinc LeBlanc, why didn't you say so earlier? Please show it to us at once. I can't read this. What does it say? It says plain as day, the cargo was put into the plane in Europe. Well, there you have it, Miles Edgeworth. Too bad for you. This statue was brought on board in Europe, as it states in this certificate.
No, that's...
Which means that there never has a window in time which the statue wasn't sitting there.
I respectfully disagree. We can't discount the theory until I see the statue for myself.
Then you can have your wish. Look at it and see yourself where I'm right.
This... I know I've seen this somewhere before. This is the Elif Red? It gives off such a feeling of art. I can practically smell it.
The statue has very high amount of historic value. After it was unveiled in a museum in Europe, I brought this to this country to exhibit it.
I believe a closer work here is warranted. So this is the infamous Elif Red statue, What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? You find something? There's something wrong with this picture. We should examine it in more detail. Have you seen this before?
I see a problem. Why its eyes? Why are its eyes yellow?
These eyes are awfully orange, don't you think? Yeah, I'm pretty. They remind me of sunsets when I was in grade school, sir. I don't think you see what I'm talking about. No, I do, but it's really like the color of the sun when it's setting, sir. Ah, the memories. I remember standing down in that field, spinning with my arms out until I felt ill. I don't care about sunsets. Focus, detective. What color are the eyes in this photo? Huh? Ah, sir, they're red. As I thought, this statue is a fake. Mr. LeBlanc?
What do you want? You want I'm busy, man? I'll allow you 2 seconds for your answer.
The Elif Red? I suppose this is your pride and joy, is it not?
It is the biggest trophy on this European trip. You know why I wanted to possess this statue? The trigger started 17 years ago.
Better grab a chair, sir. Sounds like this is gonna be a long story. Mr. LeBlanc, I regret to inform you, and you have my heartfelt sympathy, but...
What is that? Sympathy? For what?
You'll see. I'd like you to compare the eyes.
That large fellow there has very bright and pretty eyes compared to you.
I wasn't talking about the two of us. I meant the eyes of the statue in front of us and the one in this photo. Why the sudden yelling? Now then, oh. It is a statue of this. It is a photo of the statue on display in the museum in Europe. What? Now do you see, Mr. LeBlanc? The statue before us is a fake. A fake? I believe that even further examination will be required. Now that we have confirmed that this is indeed a fake, there must be some sort of proof this was brought on board in Zhengfa. And I will present to you that evidence that will resolve the remaining contradiction. Like what? No, I didn't mean to press that button. Hi. What's this? The statue looks like it's stepping all over the neighbor's cloth cover. It kind of resembles its owner's attitude in a sense, huh? You, what did you say just now? Further, my clothing set was not stepped on by anyone. It's too expensive for me to allow that to happen. Please forgive the trespasses of my subordinate. Why would I forgive if the dress passes? Unless it is an expensive dress, you keep it. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? I believe the Zhengfa thing is in here. Yeah. Because why would the cargo from Zhengfa's cloth be covered by the thing that's been on since Europe? There's clearly a contradiction here. What are you going on about? It's just a simple case of cargo cover getting stuck on another piece of cargo. Ah, that's not possible. But it is. It shouldn't be this way, but the statue is on top of the cloth. Supposing that the naval cargo was brought on board in Zhengfa, there's no way that any part of it should wind up under something from Europe. Which means that this fake statue was smuggled on board in Zhengfa. But then what about the cargo certificate? Let me ask in return, what about Agent Hicks? Why did he come down here in the middle of a flight? There's only one reason why. It's to secure proof of the smuggling activity aboard this flight. So you say, but I don't believe he had to do that mid-flight. We could have just as easily inspected all the cargo after the plane landed. That may be true. However, you have it backwards, Francisca. Sure, Agent Hicks could have waited until after the plane had landed, but he had a reason for coming down to the cargo hold. Suppose he had found the fake at the airport. It would have been after the swap had occurred. At that time, the suspicion would naturally fall to the statue's owner, who would have no way to prove that the statue was switched without his knowledge. Which means there is someone involved who is forging or modifying cargo certificates. Yeah, baby. I guess the victim knew the real version of this was gonna get nabbed, huh? Yes, well, this photo could be seen as nothing more than a simple souvenir. It was in fact taken to be used as a reference document later on. Next, Agent Hicks had to secure proof that the smuggling had taken place. He came down here to take a picture of the cargo hold, a rather empty one at that, right before the fake statue could be loaded on board. A photo of the hold missing of any piece of cargo would have been proof enough. After that, all he had to do was hold the Zhengfa cargo crew and arrest the smuggler. Exactly. This only goes to prove my theory. If the statue was not in the cargo hold and during the Europe-Zhengfa leg of the trip, there would have been enough height from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death. Officer, move the statue immediately. I want a thorough examination of the floor underneath. Now. You want to play Hearthstone? Couldn't be me. Ms. Von Karma, ready to report my findings. Go on. After moving the Elite Red statue out of the way, we tested the area under it with luminol, and there was a reaction. Oh, I haven't heard that name in a while. I see, there was a reaction to luminol. An indication there was blood in that spot. Can we stop looking at it now, sirs? It would seem that my deductions were correct after all. I suppose it would appear that way. The culprit cleaned the blood up well. And how do you think the killer did that? How did the killer clean up all the blood? The Borgnian cloth. The killer used the bloody cloth I found inside the suitcase to clean up the mess. I see. They had a need to clean up all the blood before the plane landed in Zhengfa. Yes, because otherwise the cargo crew would have discovered... would have discovered it during the layover. So you guys are saying that the murder happened before the plane landed in Zhengfa? There's no other conceivable timeline for the events of the murder.
But if that is true, then that throws a certain person's testimony into doubt. If the murder occurred before we landed in Jingfa, then this becomes highly suspect. Miss Meal, if memory serves, right? Yeah, because he couldn't have been back there at 5 a.m. Recall Miss Meal's testimony about the Agent Hicks in regard from when we departed Jingfa. I saw Mr. Hicks sitting in his seat at 5 a.m., you know. She claims Agent Hicks was alive at the time of the service calls, but... That totally contradicts the facts, sir! But why would she lie about something like that? I think the only person that can answer that is Miss Meal herself. Ooh, a save point. I'm wondering, how close are we to the end of this case? I'm gonna say we're probably gonna be able to finish this case in this next 15-20 minutes. So we're gonna keep going.
Miss Meal. Miss Meal.
Huh?
Do you recall what you said earlier? About when you answered some service calls as we were departing from Jingfa?
Huh?
You said that Mr. Hicks was sitting in his seat at that time. However, that is simply not possible, because Mr. Hicks was dead long before we ever touched down on Jingfa.
Huh?
Miss Cammy Meal.
Maybe I didn't see what I thought I did.
No one can make a mistake so large, Miss Meal.
But I make that kind of boo-boo all the time. This is going nowhere. There must be a better way of resolving this contradiction.
Very well, Miss Meal. If you please, tell me about your alibi during the time span. From just before we were to land at 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. when the body was found.
Are you telling me I'm a suspect, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, yeah, from 3 to 4 hours in the flight attendant's room all by my lonesome self. No, yeah. And from 5 to 6 I was in the flight attendant's room all by my lonesome self.
How is a man supposed to react to a testimony like that? Miss Meal, wake up.
Ah,
She fell asleep again. Looks like the only way I'm going to be able to wake her up is by pressing her. Miss Meal, wake up!
I'm awake, I'm awake. Miles Edgeworth, I demand that you do something about this flight attendant at this instant.
Why ask me to wake her when you can finally put that whip to an appropriate use? Oh, Jesus. If I remember correctly, food was being served in the first class and lounge between the hours of 3 and 4 a.m.
Yeah, but that kind of stuff's run by Miss Rhoda.
Then what were you doing in the attendance room at that time?
Eating, and then having a most delicious dream.
You mean you were neglecting your duties?
No way, sleeping's part of our job too, you know.
Miss Meal, how many times do I have to repeat myself? Wake up.
I'm awake, I'm awake.
Ouch! What did you whip me for, sir?
Oh, what'd I miss?
The poor detective being on the receiving end of a lash in your stead.
Really? Heh, sorry about that.
You can make amends to that by continuing with your testimony.
Yeah, this is. I'm gonna press this first because I'm curious what they're gonna say. But she was not alone.
And so you were alone the entire time, were you?
Yeah, no one else even popped their head in to say hi.
Oh, well, I think a contradiction just popped up to say hi. What should I do? Should I raise an objection?
Yep.
Miss Meal, there's a clear contradiction embedded in your testimony.
Huh? What are you talking about?
It's not possible that you were alone in the attendance room at the whole time from 5 to 6 a.m. Be Rhoda's testimony, right?
Oh, we got an autopsy report. I didn't even notice. Suitcase receipt. Probably. Okay, good. I wonder if you would be so kind as to take a look at this receipt, Miss Meal. Huh? A receipt? For what? It's for the suitcase Mr. Nero bought. Now, if I may direct your attention to the timestamp, as you can see, it clearly says 540. Mr. Nero. Yeah? Huh? Why is the killer here? I thought you'd have her locked up by now. I requested that she be present as a witness so that we may straighten out your complex lie. Now then, Mr. Nero, between the hours of 5 and 6, you took a trip from first class down to the first floor in-flight shop, correct? Yes, I went to that shop to buy a suitcase. After which, I went straight to the attendance room to drop it off. And did you see Miss Meal there at that time? No. So, Miss Meal, where were you really between the hours of 5 and 6? Miss Cammy Meal! Huh? The bathroom? I'll be the one to ask the questions here. Yeah, maybe that's it. I probably just missed her. Nature calls, you know. Do you take me for a fool? That's a little too convenient to be true. But it's the truth. Cross my heart. I don't have enough conclusive proof to counter-argue her at this stage. You don't believe me, do you? But please, why don't you give me a chance and hear me out? She tired, which is relatable. Fucking right. I love this face. Look, I know you're suspecting me because I'm one of the crew. But do you think maybe you should also suspect Miss Rhoda, too? She's the one in charge of the elevator key card in the shop, you know. If you ask me, that makes her super suspicious.
Please leave Miss Tenero out of this conversation. Only you are under suspicion for now.
I don't get it. Why are you coming for Miss Rhoda all of a sudden? Oh, now I get it. Maybe you've got your eye on Miss Rhoda.
Of course I'm keeping an eye on her. I can't very well let her escape, can I?
Never mind. But you want to know something? Miss Rhoda's actually kind of I have absolutely no interest in people who can't appreciate my sense of design.
Now is not the time for this sort of talk.
Yeah. Come on. Edgeworth only has eyes for one person. Alright. So if she's in charge of the key card in the shop, what are you in charge of?
And what are you in charge of, Miss Meal?
I take care of the attendance room.
That doesn't count.
But I spent so much time in there, it might as well be my responsibility. Mr. Edgeworth, Cammie's very talented in languages, so she assists passengers who may not speak English, especially those who speak Borgian. She's the only one on this flight who is fluent. Oh, you mean that kind of one am I in charge of? Why didn't you say so in the first place?
What else could I have meant?
Yeah, so I'm really good at Borgian.
She's fluent in Borgian? Then I suppose you're in charge of processing documents in Borgian.
Yeah, I take care of anything that has to do with Borgian.
Very interesting.
Yeah, here's a new line. All I'm in charge of is the attendance room and some Borgian stuff. Would that happen to include certification of cargo?
So you're the only one in this flight crew that speaks Borgian. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. I studied abroad in Borgia for a while.
If that is the case, then the signature on this document belongs to you, doesn't it? This is a falsified piece of documentation with only one purpose: to lead anyone who read it to believe that Mr. LeBlanc's statue was loaded in Europe. The only person who could have either prepared or processed this document in Borgian is you, Miss Meal. Without your participation, the smuggling of the Alif Red could not have occurred. Don't sleep while I'm pointing my finger at you.
I wouldn't dream of falling asleep on you, Mr. Edgeworth.
She's blowing bubbles every time she does that.
It's exactly as you say.
Are you confessing to having participated in the smuggling?
No, far from it. It's true that I was the one who signed off on that document. But you can't use that fact alone to make your allegation of smuggling stick. There's no direct correlation after all. All you have is my signature on a piece of paper.
Really? All you did was sign it.
I neglected to check the cargo had been loaded on the plane properly. So sorry about that.
It seems that she's finally woken up. This is going to be a tough fight.
Suppose, and this is just a supposition, even if I was involved in the smuggling, you can't throw the charge of murder on me just like that.
Objection!
If you were involved in the smuggling, you would have a strong motive to kill. Agent Hicks was in the middle of an investigation regarding a smuggling ring, and just when he was about to close in, he's killed by a member of that ring. Well, did you ever stop to think that maybe Rhoda is the smuggling ring member? After all, like me, Rhoda has access to many things on this plane for work purposes.
So perhaps there is some element of a setup at play in this case.
What are you talking about?
Don't worry, I wasn't talking about you. I meant the killer. First it was myself, and now it's Miss Tenero who's under the microscope. It seems to me that our killer's going to great lengths to pin this crime on anyone they can.
You have no proof that Rhoda's being set up or that she isn't.
Actually, I believe that she was indeed the intended target from the very beginning.
I believe that this plan was to push all the blame on of the crime on her.
And this is the evidence that proves my suspicion. This proves that the killer was out to frame Miss Tenero from the very beginning. The suitcase?
Take that!
Right, worth 6 ever bun bun. The killer could have hidden the body anywhere, and yet they chose the suitcase. Why is that? Perhaps it was to move the body from the lower deck to the first floor. However, why go through the trouble to do so? The only way all these actions make sense is if the killer had wanted to frame Miss Tenero for the murder. Miss Tenero buys a suitcase on every flight she works without fail, but should her suitcase be switched with the one containing the victim's body, that would put her in a very tight spot. Unfortunately for the killer, the turbulence put an end to that plan. There wasn't enough time to put the body back into the suitcase. Ergo, they made do with whoever was at hand, adapted their plan, and tried to frame me as I lay unconscious on the floor from the turbulence. The killer went to hide the suitcase in the in-flight shop, and brought the piggy bank back to the elevator in order to fabricate a false weapon. A lot of work for a fruitless endeavor, wouldn't you agree?
Sounds like the killer had a tough time too, huh? I mean, why did the killer need to frame someone that badly anyway?
That's because of the special circumstances surrounding this particular case.
What special circumstances dictated the killer to need to frame someone?
Where the murder took place. A special circumstance is simply that the murder took place on the plane mid-flight. No matter which country, customs is quite strict in this day and age, so no matter what you do, the chances that the body will be found is very high. Therefore, there was no choice but to frame either Miss Tenero or myself. In other words, the only one who fits within the boundaries of the criminal's movements is not Miss Tenero or myself. But you, Miss Chamomile, only you and you alone could be the killer.
And? Are you done already? I was about to fall asleep again. Anyway, let's be honest here. You don't have anything on me other than a whole lot of circumstantial evidence.
Real talk, though. If anyone brings up evidence being circumstantial like that, either they're the prosecutor going after the defendant, or they're the one who did it. I can see the outline of how the murder occurred, but I have no definitive evidence. And isn't there a piece of evidence that's still unaccounted for? Something that I still can't quite fit into the big picture. Used to call me on my cell phone. Don't know the other lyrics. I don't have any actual evidence.
I thought not.
But that's because it went missing, and still is.
Missing? What do you mean by that?
In the complex puzzle that is this case, there's one piece I kept getting stuck on. That is the victim's cell phone. Franziska, you were waiting at the airport for a phone call from Agent Hicks' cell phone. Or at least that's what you've told me.
That's right.
But Agent Hicks' cell phone could not be found at the crime scene.
You mean the killer took the phone with them?
Precisely. I suspect that if they were to find that phone, it would lead us to the killer.
Haha, come on, get serious. If the victim fell to his death from that height, wouldn't his phone break as well?
We won't know that until we try a little experiment, will we? Franziska, I'd like to ask for your assistance. You know the victim's phone number, do you not?
Of course I do.
Agent Hicks' phone! It's ringing from somewhere, sir! I hear it, Detective. Now, where is it coming from?
Found it.
The ring is coming from somewhere in here, sir. Leave no stone unturned, Detective Gumshoe. We must find it. Maybe her locker? Ringing's coming from somewhere around here. It's not here, sir.
Why do I have such a bad feeling about where we're going to find the phone?
Ring's coming from in here, sir. What? No, it can't be. This has gotta be the victim's cell phone. Just whose locker is this, sir?
It's Miss Tenero's.
What?
So, Mr. Edgeworth, how'd it go? Where'd you find the phone?
I found it in the flight attendant's room, in Miss Tenero's locker.
What? But... Rhoda Tenero, I don't know anything about the phone. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Ms. Von Karma, is it? I suggest you arrest Miss Rhoda Tenero right away.
Wait, I have a theory. This is related to the incident with the keycard. When the killer went to steal the keycard, they conveniently stashed the cell phone in Miss Tenero's locker at the same time.
This is related to the keycard, all right, in the same way that we have zero proof that the killer did just that. The only voice that sings the truth is evidence. And that is one bird we cannot ignore.
What should I do? Franziska's right. I can't offer baseless conjectures at this point.
Alright then, why did the culprit take the cell phone from Agent Hicks? Must have something very incriminating in or on it.
Hold it.
What's now, Miles Edgeworth?
It's not over yet.
We have yet to figure out why the killer took the phone. What?
Inside this phone lies the final piece of incriminating evidence that will point to our killer. We need to examine this phone in more detail. Good luck with that, buddy. Screen's broken. The LCD is broken. Without a screen, you can't even place a call with this. Alright, then get the SIM card out. This must be the switch that opens the phone. This screen is broken too. This LCD is broken. Without a screen, you can't even place a call with this.
Where's the SIM card?
Ah, it's a camera lens. Come to think of it, I wonder, how exactly was Agent Hicks planning to preserve the crime scene by some smuggling? Franziska, I need you to confirm something. The cell phone, can it take pictures? Mr. Edgeworth, I can't believe you don't know about this kind of basic stuff, sir.
This looks like a very similar mortal to my own, and mine can take photos just as fine.
Do you think Agent Hicks could have taken some pictures with this? In particular, pictures as evidence for his smuggling case? If so, I'd say there may very well be some very inconvenient photos in here for a killer smuggler. But the phone's all busted up, sir.
Even a super prosecutor can't repair a broken phone.
I'll find a way, don't you worry about that.
May I go back to sleep now?
Objection.
The LCD screens on the inside and outside are broken, that's for sure. But that's also reason enough to believe that the killer wasn't able to erase the data. What?
What do you mean by that, Franziska?
It looks like our killer isn't very familiar with electronics. This phone still rang when I called it, meaning that only the LCD screens are broken. It's possible that the photos are still inside there, waiting to be accessed. All we need to do is transfer the data to my phone.
Franziska, your phone, if you please.
Very well. Is that transferring? Alright, displaying it now.
This is...
Agent Hicks was most certainly trying to obtain evidence for some evidence for his smuggling case.
Hey, the LA Forensics know where this pics, sir.
But this has no meaning as a piece of evidence in this murder case, right?
Ouch, she's right. There's not much we can find out about this from Agent Hicks' killer, sir. Is this it? Is this the end?
Is there really nothing in this photo we can use? Oh, fuck. What's all this? Hmm? Oh, the air cargo ship from Borgia to Zhengfa.
So the reason they aren't here now is that they were dropped off in Zhengfa.
Mr. LeBlanc, can you tell me the contents of the boxes? Unfortunately, there's no English written on them anywhere. One cluster of boxes is written in Borgian. It says that it is cloth in English.
Cloth? Could it be?
Is this where the killer... What is scary face for?
Miss Meal?
Yes.
It appears that Agent Hicks was no ordinary investigator. He left us with a piece of evidence after all. A striking piece that will point out who his killer is.
Ha! Maybe you shouldn't force your mistakes. Mistaken reading of a simple picture, Mr. Edgeworth. The Borgian cargo in this piece of evidence would point us straight to the killer. I mean, given that's Borgian cargo, that would mean it would have to be the cloth.
Take that!
And what is that supposed to prove?
The killer used this piece of cloth to wipe up the blood they had spilt.
But there was one thing that bothered me this whole time.
Where did it come from?
And now I finally found my answer in this very photo. The cargo that was unloaded in Zhengfa had cloth written on it. In Borgian, that is. And this is where the killer grabbed a piece of cloth to clean up the blood with. That's right, the killer was someone who could read and understand Borgian. And the only crew member that fits that description is you, Miss Cammy Meal. Ha, that's pretty flimsy. The killer probably searched through all the boxes looking for something to use. When you're frantic, you don't care if the box is in English or Borgian.
Sorry, but I cannot agree with your assessment of the killer's indiscriminate nature.
What?
There was no need for the killer to tear through boxes at random at all. And if the killer supposedly could not comprehend Borgian, well then. Logically, the killer could have opened this box first.
The one that says bed sheets?
Take that!
Hey, it says bedsheets in English right there on the box, sir.
Precisely. And bed sheets would be perfect for cleaning up blood, wouldn't you say? So what are you trying to say?
That if I were the criminal, this box of bed sheets would have been what I would have spotted first.
However, the killer chose to use some Borgian cloth. Do you have an explanation for that?
The killer didn't want anyone to know that the real scene of the crime was this cargo hold.
So they were afraid to leave signs that the box for the sheets had been opened. However, the Borgian cloth, well, that's a horse of a different color. Because the killer knew that it was going to be unloaded in the Republic of Zhengfa.
That's right. That is why the Borgian cloth was used. And the only Borgian reader on board who can make such a calculated decision is you, Cammy Meal. You and you alone. It would be very easy for us to confirm if any of the boxes were resealed. All we have to do is contact the Zhengfa authorities in time. Maybe we'll find another evidence to incriminate our killer within those boxes. So what do you say, Miss Meal? Why not confess to your crime here and now? Or would you rather wait and see what we find out from our investigation in Zhengfa?
Bubbles! 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 Bubbles!
Jesus, the reactions go over the top in this one for sure.
He was Interpol. I couldn't stop it. I brought him here. He started taking pictures. I couldn't be found out. I was scared. I was in trouble. All's well that ends well, right, folks?
We finished making all the arrangements to take the suspect in, sir. Very good, Detective. What about the smuggling route? Did she say anything about that? They're taking her down to the precinct now. Hopefully we can get more out of her there. Whenever we even approached the top, she just started foaming at the mouth. It was scary, sir. She probably wasn't prepared to commit a murder all of a sudden. One thing's for sure, the ring behind this whole mess means serious business. Looks like there's a lot more to this case than meets the eye.
Mr. Edgeworth! I just wanted to say how much I appreciated everything you did. Thank you very much.
It was nothing. In fact, I should be the one thanking you for your cooperation.
But truly, if it wasn't for you, I might not be here right now. Instead, I can continue to serve our passengers as a flight attendant. I hope that... Well, please accept this as a token of my appreciation.
That's...
I see. You don't have to take it if you don't want to.
No, I mean, it would never turn down a lady's generous offer.
Oh, thank you. I'm sure it'll serve you well. And remember, we here at iFly Airlines are always ready to serve, Mr. Edgeworth.
Thank you. I'll keep that in mind.
Now I must bid you farewell. May all your skies be blue no matter where you go.
I can't believe we went out investigating the whole day, sir, but boy, was it fun. Speak for yourself. My day was filled with earthquakes, elevators, and false charges. By the way, where's Franziska? No, she's filling out some customs paperwork for her departure. Departure? Yeah, Miss Von Karma's always really busy, sir. She's been flying from country to country to chase down some leads regarding her case. Detective, can you cancel a car I had you reserve earlier? You got it, sir. Franziska?
I thought I told you when you first landed. I have no time for idle chatter.
I have no intention of wasting your time. However, it has been a while since we last met.
I also have no time for such familiar reminiscences. Just who do you think I am?
You're Franziska von Karma, a very proud prosecutor deserving of much respect.
Until only a little while ago, I was but a wretched mutt who was always losing to you. A dancing Perot living her life on the name and fame her invincible father built.
True, your father, Manfred von Karma, didn't lose a single case for 40 years as a prosecutor. However, I wouldn't say he was invincible.
What are you talking about? The group I'm on the trail of is a little more troublesome than most. The smuggling route we found this time is only one sliver of the big picture.
Sounds like a dangerous assignment.
You really don't have to worry. I can take care of myself.
Yes, I suppose you can.
Plus, there's another agent on this case with me.
No, another agent.
He's a star amongst Interpol agents and has the highest successful arrest rate. Who knows, we may even run into him one day.
I was simply caught up in the West 1 case. I hardly see why we would cross paths.
I suppose, but I doubt he would say the same.
I'm not following you.
You'll understand soon enough. The flight has only just begun, Miles Edgeworth. I'll be back in this country soon enough. And when I am, you can be sure I'll pay you back in full.
Just hug. You're basically brother and sister. And just like that, she's gone, huh, sir? Thank goodness. I can finally rest easy knowing I won't have to watch out for her whip. Detective Gumshoe, I want to thank you for all your help and cooperation. It was nothing, sir. I was just happy to help you out with again. Be able to work with you again. I think I'm going to celebrate by adding a little extra salt to my instant noodles tonight.
Just how much did you cut his past salary by, Franziska?
Detective, I was wondering if you might give me a ride down to the prosecutor's office. Sure thing, sir. I'll even fly down the road in the patrol car if you want. Don't make me remind you, Detective. Safety first. Thus, I solved the first case upon my arrival home. Franziska von Karma, the smuggling route she was after. The leaders of that ring had already put their trump card into play. And the players on the other side of this war. They would begin to make themselves known through the next incident. Edgeworth speaking. Finally, I called how many times earlier and I couldn't get through. And you are? Have you forgotten my voice, Miles, my boy? Mr. Amano? Ernest Amano, correct? So you remember me. I know it's rather sudden, but I can't ask this of anyone else. There's been an incident, Miles. My son, he's been kidnapped. Oh, dear. The kidnapped turnabout. Alright. Let's save, and I'm gonna start looking at... Oh, there's not many people alive. I'm used to that at this point, don't get me wrong, but damn. Also, I know it's his ruffles. I keep taking... Oh, the background changes each time. Edgeworth, Franziska.
don't recognize him. Wait. Nah, I'm probably thinking too hard about it. That is going to be where we end stream for the night. We got a good distance in because, actually, how many episodes is this? Investigations. Story split into 5 episodes, each focusing on a different crime. Okay, so we're already 2/5 of the way through it, which I have a feeling the cases are going to get longer, but we'll see how that goes. So with that, I'm going to need to end this off here for the night. Thank y'all for coming by and chatting. Bun, thanks for stopping by. Lob, anyone else who's been lurking and not chatting, thanks for stopping by. Every view matters as a smaller streamer. Next stream is going to be Thursday night, same time, same place, same game. And we're probably... Honestly, case 3 is probably where the length's going to start getting a little ridiculous. So we're probably, if we don't finish case 3, we'll just be getting a lot through it. So with that, let's find ourselves a raid target. How many people I follow are live? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We are going to raid... Yeah, I know what, we're going to raid Patty. Patty's an older YouTuber, sometimes drunk, sometimes not, based off the game he's playing and the title of his stream. He's probably going to be drunk later tonight because he is streaming wrapped with some friends and alcohol. So with that, have a great night, take care, and I'll see you guys Thursday night. Later.